Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can y'all hear me out there? If y'all can hear me, make sure y'all put leaves in the chat. I need to see leaves in the chat. Am I coming in clear? Is the video clear? Is the sound clear? Crusader Nation is in the building, man. I see y'all chat jumping. Uh, Make sure y'all tap that like button on the walk in. Y'all know how we give it up in here, man. It's gonna be a hell of a conversation today. Um, but like I said, okay, I'm seeing leaves. I'm seeing leaves. Okay, we good to go. Um, all right, man. We're gonna be discussing some critical items in regard to this thing we call the manosphere or the this YouTube space that we in, right? Protect and provide. We hear that word thrown around a lot, man. And today I want to kind of deep dive into what that looks like in 2022. With the advancement of the modern woman and just relationships in general looking totally different than how they used to in the past. So we're gonna get into that. But before we do, man, I have some amazing, amazing panelists up here with me. We're gonna take this time to introduce them. So first and foremost, we have OT in the building. We have the security boss in the building. We have Ronan in the building. Miss Saida is in the building with us this evening. We have B Taylor in the building. B Queen Sheba in the building. And last but not least, B Ricky Williams is in the building with us this evening, man. My name is Trill AC. It is a pleasure to have y'all here. Again, and tonight is gonna be, solution based as it always is, man. But I got a feeling there's gonna be some fireworks tonight. And y'all know we're not ducking that either. But that's not the intention. But before we get started, y'all know how we do it, man. Mental health check. How's everybody doing?
Great.
Everybody good to
Lovely.
go?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little sleepy, but I'm here for the gang. I'm here for the squad. I'm here for the cause. I'm here to
Yeah,
push this mission forward. You feel me? So
you got
That's
this,
right.
OT. And I'm a backdoor behind OT. I'm feeling good. I'm ready.
I feel all right. I'm feeling diet wealthy right now. I'm good.
I love to hear it, man. I do. I ain't even gonna hold you. But yeah, so this gonna be a interesting conversation, man. Salute to the Mars in the building. Anime, I see you. Miss Kayla is in the building with us this evening. We're gonna try to see if we can get her on stage here eventually. Malevolent Elephant is in the building. Of course, Daryl Long is in the building. Shout out to bro. Yeah, this motherfucker jumping, man. I ain't gonna lie. What is 200 in here already? We ain't even started the convo. So salute to y'all, man. Like I said, make sure y'all tapping that like button if y'all ain't tapped it already. But first and foremost, man, to get this thing started, first question I have for you all this evening. We're gonna discuss protection and providing. So when y'all hear the word protect and provide, we're gonna break down one word at a time. Protect. How would y'all define a man, quote unquote, protecting a woman within a relationship? And first, since Miss Security Boss is new to the panel, we're gonna go ahead and start with her first.
Oh God. So when I hear protect, I think that is what one of the purposes of being married is for the man to protect the woman. And it's just not against danger per se. It's against all the things in the world, all the influences in the world, even sometimes from herself. Sometimes if she can't see things to come, the man is there for that protection to guide her, to lead her. So that's what protect means to me, from me.
I like it. OT, protect and provide. We talking about protection. What does protecting a woman look like to you?
yeah, it's all encompassing. Like Security Boss said, man, is when you decide to be in that woman's life, you signing up for literally anything and everything that comes with it. And so you also have to give guidance. You have to give a little structure. You have to give guidelines. All that stuff. So you got to be the one that sees the vision and understand what you're doing, so you can lead them. So yeah, that's just some of everything.
Well said, Miss B Taylor. How when a man is protecting you within a relationship, how does that look?
To me, protection is financial protection, physical protection, emotional protection. Um, that is what I feel like a man is supposed to protect. Um,
Okay. Protection. I'll go ahead and jump in. I normally go last. Like I said, I'm about to stop doing that because y'all be stealing my answers. We're gonna jump in here.
Know your
nah,
words.
nah, it's all love, man. But protection, man. When I hear protection in terms of me protecting my wife, man, it's physical, of course. Not letting nobody play with her, because disrespecting her is disrespecting me in any aspect of that, right? So I'm the wall in between that, but also it's from an emotional perspective, which is not spoken on enough. Protecting your woman means not making a damn fool of her while you out in these streets, not letting women have leverage over her in terms of knowing information that she don't. But just in general, protecting her from a complete perspective. A lot of men just tied to physical, and that's where we go wrong.
Yeah.
If we're gonna keep it G. But next, man, we're gonna get to Miss Saida. What does protection look like?
I actually was thinking that the first thing that a man thinks when they say protection is the physical part, and they forget about the emotional, which B. Taylor mentioned, physical, emotional, mental part. To me, it's like feeling safe in the space, and definitely, it's not just the physical part. It's more than that. Like you said, making sure that that woman doesn't look bad in a way. Also, security boss mentioned, protecting even from herself, because sometimes we don't see, and in a way we can do that to a man as well, in a different way, not of protection, but like we can see we got our backs.
I would agree with that, brother Ronan. What does protection look like within a relationship?
Aside from the physical, like as far as security, as far as the home, I say confidentiality. Making sure certain things don't get out to the family, certain things don't get out in public. Emotional security.
Yeah.
Integrity of the home, reputation. Not just what I say to that person, but how I carry myself in public and in private. Fiscal security. Make sure people's wayward spendings and demands don't put us in a compromising position. And as far as like a security, as far as a legacy, instilling those tenets that help us push the narrative forward when it's time to pass the baton. It's my version of security.
I like it. Queen, did you already go?
No, I can go.
Okay,
So,
yeah, go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, thank you. So when I think of protection, I think of a covering, right? A covering, but above me, almost like a wingspan. Like, I guess I could say like a Batman, if I had to be literal. But I'm I had to throw a little humor in there, but protecting me from elements. And there's a lot of elements that women are up against, whether they know it or not. So when I think about the covering of my husband and the protection of my husband, he protects me from things that I don't even understand as a woman, dynamics of the world that I could never understand from a male's perspective. I also think about the protection by the love that he gives me so that I'm not starving. When we talk about food for the soul and how he enables me and embodies me to show up as my full self, flaws and all, whether I'm standing beside him or whether I'm out here, roaming these YouTube streets. And only love can, enable a woman to show up as her full self, the type of love that she's getting from home when it's authentic and when it's healthy. But he's also my shield. I had a moment last week on the cruise season. I didn't tell my husband about it because had I told him about it, he's my shield. He probably would have said, nah, maybe that's not the space for you. When you think about Trill, what you just said, how there are certain things people can't really, your wife and how you feel about your wife, the same way my husband feels about me. So there are certain things I'm like, oh, I can't tell him that because he's going to show up and be like, hey, not here, but just in his teachings to me and his education to me. I'll give you a very practical example. 2 years ago, we had like one of the worst winter storms here in Houston. You remember everybody went without power. We were all cold. People's pipes burst. He's very smart. And sometimes I don't realize how smart he is. He went up to the attic, as they began to circulate the power. We all got power in segments. And when we did get heat, he opened up the attic and he explained to me, that's how you keep your pipes from freezing up, right? We were the only house on the block whose pipes didn't burst because of his thoughtful process and his protection of his home. The next year he bought a generator. You know, I think Ronan said, as an investment in your home, how you protect your home. So when I think about all of that a man brings when it comes to protecting his woman, those are some of the examples that I can offer.
I like that a lot. Miss Lucky, what does protection look like within a relationship in 2022?
Hi, you guys. Sorry. Hi, security boss. Sorry, I got excited. Protection would be a person that's able to make good decisions where they're thinking ahead. They're able to assess the situation, answer, resolve problems before they arise. They're also able to, I'm not sure if anyone else said it, but if they are whoever they're protecting, whether it be their emotions, they have to make sure they're in line, whether it be anything physical, of course, but also I'm going to say stability. If you are living with somebody, they're able to protect you from poverty. If you kind of get what I'm saying, like, you know, you have those men who forget to pay certain bills or, you know, certain things like that. I think that a protector is going to prevent a lot of situations from happening that could throw you off or make you uncomfortable. So I would say a protector is just protecting you from anything, like I just said, all the above.
It's valid. It's valid, man. I like everybody answers, man. Now we're gonna dig a bit deeper here. Do y'all feel like there's a lack of protection in this era? And we can speak to relationships first, and then I want to speak about. Well, you know what? No, we're gonna speak to women in general first, and then we're gonna dial it into relationships. So, do y'all feel like there's a lack of protection to women in general in this society? And if so, how? Security boss, you can go ahead and dive in. Oh wait, hold on. You're muted.
1 second. Okay, so I happen to think there's a lack of marriage. So then there would be a lack of men who are in their purpose for protecting women. I also think there's a lack of respect that may show up like a lack of protection. You know, so there are a couple of things that are going on. But I do also think that as women, we don't always act like we need the protection. So that puts men in a very special situation. And if we're talking about only in marriage, I see all the time. I talk about marriage all the time. So if y'all don't know that by now, I talk about marriage all the time. I just believe in the nuclear family. I think everybody should be married that wants to be married. I should say it that way. So there's a lot of dysfunction in the order. A lot of times women don't understand that a part of a man's purpose is to protect. And when he's not allowed to do so, he's definitely not operating in his purpose. So then we're out of order. And when we're out of order, all types of things happen. And lots of times we're out of order because today's modern woman is not looking for a leader, a head. They're looking more so for a partner. And I don't think that the men understand all the time. Now, not all the time. And I don't think the women understand at all that when you become a partner with someone, you're taking them out of their position. So, you know, a lot of times I hear women all the time. A lot of times I hear women complaining about what the husbands don't do. They actually want them there to cook and to clean and help with the chores and things of that nature. They're not understanding that their purpose as a husband is giving more to the protection and the provision of that family, which looks much greater. Like all those things that we just talked about. I know we mentioned about 10 different things. And if a man could do all those things, we really shouldn't want them to help with the chores. But we don't get that part. We don't understand that that's his job to do. So we play around with what's here in the physical. And then if he's not doing something in the physical that we don't want him to do, we constantly complain. So I hope I answered that question. We don't allow them to actually be in that position. And I think what men do, since it's so expensive to live, everybody wants the $500,000 house. Nobody wants to live within his means. Then they allow the women to put them in a position where they need to rely on the women. So once you rely on a woman, she then does not have the amount of respect that she needs to have for you as a leader. So therefore, we're lacking protection, if that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. Eloquently stated. Ricky, man, welcome back, bro. You gotta answer the first question, and then we're gonna get to you with the next one. What does protection look like within a relationship to you?
Protection in a relationship. First of all, shout out to the panel. Welcome back, everybody. In a relationship, guidance, right? Your mate understanding that the information or when you're telling them something is not for their detriment, but for their betterment, right? But then that would require you to trust your mate, right? That would require you to trust the individuals you with, right? Knowing that they not putting something in your ear to make you worse or something that you telling them just to rob them of some joy. Right. But again, I think that's kind of where Trill talk about resume too. Right. If I'm proving to you on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, year-to-year basis that I'm in it for us and what I tell you is right and exact, it shouldn't be a problem for you to roll along with it. Right. It's also a level of control because you can't protect what you don't control. Right. So that means if you my woman, you know when I'm speaking on something, especially if it's a matter that will affect you physically, mentally, emotionally, right? When I tell you something that's opposite of what you believe, that I'm telling you for the better good. Right. And again, that's where that resume comes in, that I'm not telling you something just to try to, as everybody say, control you or put you under my thumb, that it is for the betterment of you. And if you're better, then I'm going to be better because we're in this thing together. That's what protection looks like to me.
Well stated. And just to get to the, well, you know what, I can come back to you for the next question. Miss B. Taylor, do you feel like there's a lack of protection in terms of men protecting women in today's society?
In general, with just women, no. I can only speak for the Black community. Yes. I do feel like there is a lack of protection for Black women specifically.
Okay. Well said. And just real quick, what do you feel like is the main root of that?
I don't think it was instilled. I think the men stopped caring. The women, I mean, there's a lot that go into that, like why, but there's just a lack, you hear Black women say, there's just a lack of protection. I mean, for one, as Black people, just our skin itself is a target, right? And then with just being a woman, I feel like men are kind of just out of order, and the women are out of order as well. There's just like this war going on between Black men and Black women right now. And it's kind of like, oh, you strong and independent, you got it. If a man's beating your ass over there, or you need help or something like that. Like, there's just a lot of lack of protection. A lot of men can't even protect themselves. So how they gonna protect the woman?
I see we going there early. Now, hella man. So, Ronan, man, do you feel like there's a lack of
wait,
protection?
hold 1 second. Can I ask a question?
Yep, go ahead.
Because I advocate for my men. So if the men are not protecting themselves, are the women protecting themselves? Miss Taylor, you got Robin.
Oh, you asking me?
Right. You said the men don't even know how to protect themselves. I'm saying, do the women know how to protect themselves?
No.
Okay.
All right, Ronan.
I just wanted to ask that question. I was just wondering, was somebody winning in this situation?
All right. Okay, I like it, Ronan. In terms of protection, do you feel like there's a lack of it? And if so, what's the root?
Yes, and it goes twofold. As far as the ladies, they like to enlist the company of mercenaries rather than the enlistment of sound soldiers, proven soldiers. When you take that oath as a military man, there's serious consequences in breaking that oath. So you're able to mature and learn how to be the best soldier you can. You're going to earn that place as a soldier or rank or even man in general. So when that rank is there, it's proven. Now, there are shitbirds, yes, of course. And on the man side, there's a lot of guys who like to enlist people or women who are intentional breaches of security. With the advent of social media, there's a lot of intel that's being put out as far as like what goes on in a house, what goes on in a respective man, knowing that the integrity of the house is broken. So you alert the wolves to come and see there's a yard sale to come pick the bones of that place, or their so-called friends or family. Now that man has to stand trial for the sisterhood tribunals. And how can he protect himself and her when any and everybody knows their respective moves and they can't move properly? But I say on both ends, you got guys who are slaves to their foreskin rather than their foresight. And you have a lot of women who lead with their labia instead of their femininity. So yeah, on both parts, there's serious breaches of security.
Well said, man. Lucky. Do you feel like there's a lack of protection in this era we in, and what is it? You know, what does it stem from?
I always got to be different, not purposely. I would say there's not a lack of protection. I think there's a lack of women putting themselves in position to be protected, and I think there's a lack of men who even understands what that looks like to be able to protect them. So I think that if more people, like I've always heard, if women want protection, even me, I used to be a rah-rah person. I said things wrong, things like this, in which when I come off very dominant, a lot of men automatically assume, oh yeah, she can handle herself. Just because I come off very dominant. Now, I don't agree with that because I think that some women are assertive. That doesn't mean that they're not women. But if we look in society, a lot of the times those more aggressive women, the same thing we see with Meg Thee Stallion. She has savage, this and that and the other. Now men are mocking the situation, or she's not easily believed because of how she carried herself on a more aggressive standpoint, versus I think that if you notice, even in having these panel conversations, the women who are more subtle, more like, not really, I'm not going to bring in race, but anytime it comes into play where you see other cultures combined with our Black women, and they seem like they're more subtle or they know how to come off more soft, it seems like men are more jumping in to defend them anytime a Black woman comes off to them maybe a little bit more aggressive. So I think anytime women come off assertive, they don't get the type of protection that they would like. But I also think that they're not really putting themselves in situations to where they can get the protection from certain people. I think most of the time women think that all men are just supposed to put their neck out there and protect them. And they're not forgetting that that's not all men's job. It's who you're with for the most part. Unless you're in public, certain situations happen. You expect a man to step in. I know I do. If something is happening to my daughter, I expect a man. But we're in a society now where more young men are quicker to pick up their phones and record you as a woman being attacked than to protect you, because of what they think is like this back and forth, oh, it's not my business type of thing. If she ain't my mom or my girl, oh, well, you know what I'm saying? So now we have to train women to actually be able to protect themselves if we're talking about a physical standpoint. So I think I look at it like that. Like, I don't think that people are in positions to get protection. And I don't think that men understand what that looked like.
Well said. I agree with that, actually. Just me to give my quick answer. I'm not going to dive too deep into it now. We're going to break it down a little further later. But I think, I would definitely say that it's a lack of protection, but I wouldn't say it's physical. I would say it's more mental. Like I said, men don't even think to protect their woman mentally. When a man hears protection, he thinks physically. Ain't nobody gonna touch my girl. Ain't none of this, none of that. Like, it's that. Or nobody gonna touch my sister. Or nobody gonna touch my mama or my cousin, whatever. Like, it's, whatever. It's that. But, they don't really factor in how much that we mess our women up mentally by things that we just doing. And a lot of times it's for our own selfish reasons. And we be thinking hiding it from her is protecting her. But in reality, it's just digging yourself a deeper ditch. So I would say that there's a lack of protection in that regard specifically. If I had to put like a bunch of weight in one category, it would be the mental protection. Fact is that is extremely non-existent in this area. But we're gonna get into that a bit more later. Miss Saida, do you feel like there's a lack of protection in today's society, and what is the root of it?
You know what? I can only speak for my experience and what you were explaining. That I was thinking, like, I feel overprotection can also damage a woman. When you feel like you're protecting her, but you're like overprotecting and then you're not letting her, like guiding, like Ricky said, you know, like guiding a woman is one thing, but like overprotecting her to the point that she doesn't know how to do something and is codependent, that's also, you know, a lack of protection in a way, because you're really not protecting, you're just like keeping that woman from going somewhere, and in a way that's damaging. But to answer the question, I would say it's it's a little bit of what everybody said, because I have to agree with everything, but lack of respect. You know, like I'm not gonna put myself in the position where like I need to be protected just intentionally to test that man will protect me. I'm not gonna do that. What for? And I can only speak from my experience. I'll share something real quick. When I was younger, there was a lot of gang members where I used to visit my grandparents, and I remember they were in a corner and they have no respect for no one, like zero respect, and they were like they were literally saying verbally how beautiful I was. I'm saying it in a nice way, but they were saying things to me. And I was a teenager. I was probably 16. My dad was walking right next to me. And at that moment, I thought, like, he's not saying anything. Like, we were getting in the car, but his body language just changed. I just noticed that he looked different in his body language. He was more aware, but he just made me walk right next to him and he got me in the car. But in my mind, it's like, he's not saying anything. And then when he got in the car, he's like, if I do something, that was like 5-6 men right there. What am I going to do against them? They have guns. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not protecting you right there. You know, like you probably sometimes women don't understand that. Like, it's not just the physical part, but also like then he explained the reason why, and he is also emotionally and mentally protecting me. That is not just that part that is important. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a hell of a scenario, because I think like a lot of women have extremely unrealistic idea of what that protection is. A lot of women would expect you to check that in that situation. You know what I'm saying? Really? You ain't gonna say nothing? You ain't gonna do nothing? But a lot of times, you know, somebody protecting you, like the biggest form of protection, you ask anybody that's in security or anybody that does bodyguarding or whatever, the biggest form of protection is prevention.
Exactly.
Keeping us out of the situation to begin with. Right? And when you get mature, then you kind of get a better grasp of that. But when you're young and, you know, women have a kind of fantasy about, you know, thuggish dudes or rough dudes, whatever the case may be, they expect you to, you know, go by those guidelines. So I just wanted to echo that sentiment. I think that was profound. Do you feel like it's a lack of protection in today's society, and what is the root of it?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's a little bit what everybody already said. It just comes down to respect at the end of the day, and that's from both sides. You know, from a man's side is like I'm just thinking about, even if you want to translate to music, because I use music a lot because that's a form of art, and a lot of them are, you know, are just vehicles for what people think about and go through every day. So, you know, back in the day, we talking about Babyface, soon as I get home, you know what I'm saying? Like how to do things to you, and I want to please you, and I want to do all that. And then you go to that from, hey, we want some booze, hey. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm demeaning you and I'm disrespecting you, but that gets way more attention than me saying, I want to do nice gestures for you. That dude got looked over, or, you know, you got with him and then was like, he too boring. I want to go outside and have fun. They out there getting all the attention from, you know, both sides. So I think that's kind of where it comes from. It's just a lack of respect. You know, there are women out here who are putting themselves out there a certain way. They may not be that way, but that's how they're looking. And so as a man, we like to pray. We like to hunt. We see skin. I'm going over there. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to get something out of you. It ain't no relationship. I'm trying to get what you advertising. So it's that. And then the woman's like, well, you still got to treat me with respect. Yes, he should. Absolutely. Every man should, regardless. But you still, you know, it's a thin line. And I think that got to be, you know, deciphered. And then just men in general, just men not respecting each other. You got people killing each other for no damn reason. Testosterone, you too soft. It's like getting into it over the smallest things, and then you want to pull the gun out. We see it all the time. We got people taking somebody's chain. Somebody didn't work hard for that chain, thousands of dollars. And then just because you want to quick come up, you want to take that man's possession. So it's like people don't even respect each other within us because a lot of us don't want to deal in that environment. So you completely separate yourself and don't want nothing to do with that. So we're not even trying to help other people a lot of times because it's me and mine. Forget everybody else. Me and whoever's within me, we're going to go to war, and that's just how we're going to do it. Instead of my team, let's get together, this team, let's get together, this team, let's get together, and really build up. But we got to get that respect and trust back. And right now, it's gone. Like, it's gone.
Yeah, I agree, man. We got to love each other. We got to get back to that. So much competition between us, man, whether it's from a man and woman perspective or whether it's from the same gender. You got people literally hating on each other for no reason. Even in this YouTube space, you seeing people growing channels, and motherfuckers buying subscribers. They ain't really that lit like that. Why y'all? It's that type of conversation we going. It's be like, bro, like, why? It's room for everybody to eat, man. YouTube is throwing out a lot of money out here. But for you to be hating on it, or for you to be going to people's channels and typing negative shit in the comments, like I just can't wrap my head around that. So I mean, we got to stick together if we're gonna progress. Last but not least, Miss Queen, I'm interested in this. You feel like there's a lack of protection?
At first, I was gonna say no. There's a lot of protection, but as I had to think outside of my world, right? Because the world is not my world. So I was thinking about my husband. I'm thinking about my brothers, my uncles, my dad. So I have 3 brothers. I grew up around boys. My family is predominantly males. Nobody's under 6 foot. My dad's 6'6". My grandpa's 6'7", very handsome men. And now that I think about it, I never knew fear as a woman because I've always had protection, but everybody's not as fortunate. So when I think about protection, is there protection? No. And I say that from a different aspect. Black men can't even protect themselves because their life is on the line in most cases. When we think about police killing Black men, we'll start there. When we think about Black on Black crime, let's just use Takeoff as an example, right? So his brain, in most scenarios, is functioning in 2 capacities. How do I protect myself? And we haven't figured that part out. We haven't been able to decrease the statistics when it comes to Black on Black crime and also the war against Black men when it comes to police violence, right? So we haven't figured that out. So most men are not in a position to protect women because we haven't solutioned how they can protect themselves, how they can walk out freely. So when I look at it from that angle, I say no. But then when I look at it from a relationship angle, it doesn't have to be no protection, right? It doesn't have to be that way. A lot of times it is that way because both Black men and Black women didn't have a father to protect them. So I'm just going to leave that on the floor and I'm going to park that right there.
All right, man. Y'all crushing these answers just like I figured y'all would, man. We're going to pay some bills really quick and then we're going to get to the first video of the night. And I want to get y'all's reactions on that. While we paying these bills, man, make sure that y'all tap that like button. If y'all have not tapped it, man, salute to the mods, salute to the Crusader Nation in the building. Turn it up, man. And salute to Beatbox, the plug, man. Make sure y'all tap me in. Salute to the plug, man. If y'all know, then y'all know. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? We got things back on track, man. So and we got a hell of a surprise coming for y'all for the holidays. As a matter of fact, we're gonna bless a couple people in a real way. So look out for that. All right, we're gonna get to paying these bills, man. First and foremost, Andre Dale with the 5-piece. Protection is also proactive, meaning seeing things before and keeping us out of that danger, whatever it is, and having the vision for the family. That's a fact. That's a fact. Like I said, the biggest aspect of protection is prevention. If you don't have to be in a situation, don't put yourself in it. Because especially as a man, I know like ego and pride, which I'm still working on myself. I'm 32 and I'm constantly growing. I'm constantly getting there. But ego and pride will have you in a situation that you are above, but trying to defend your honor, trying to defend your pride. So just stay out the way, man. Just win and stay out the way. Power Up with the 2-piece officially enrolled in Sleazeball University today. Welcome to the game, man. That's the look here, man. That's Patreon. If y'all not tapped into the Patreon, make sure that y'all tap in. Also, everybody that's looking for merch, we got our domain back. So the website is back, cruiseseason.com again. For a while, somebody tried to finesse and take it from us, but we ended up getting it back, man. So if y'all tap into the merch, cruiseseason.com. We got brand new bomber jackets coming. They're gonna be cold as hell. So make sure that y'all tap in and support, man. We appreciate it. Andre, again, aggressive versus assertive. Just a cover word for some. Right? Spencer with the 5-piece. Cruise Season salute. Who the hell can protect Batman and Robin? Salute, bro. Appreciate you pulling up. Power Up again. Hit the like button before Trill play that outro. Y'all already know I will play it. Don't play. Make sure y'all tap that like button, man. Nah, we appreciate everybody, man, for tapping in with us for sure, man. But tap that like button if y'all ain't tapped it yet. Salute to bro. Dub Will in the building with the 5-piece for the building fund. We appreciate you donating, gang. You already know what time it is. Jarrell with the 5-piece. King Dre said it best. Weak men are the main problems of modern women. Weak men tolerate bad habits, and it gets passed on to the next guy. Endless cycle. That's facts. That's facts, man. Fellas got to be a bit more diligent in the type of women that we choosing. Okay, man. Without no further ado, we're going to get to the first video. Now, we done spoke about protection, and I heard a few of y'all say that women have to be a part of their own protection party. And, Corey Holcomb recently had a clip go viral in which he was speaking to it. So we're going to play this clip, and I want to get y'all's take on it.
If you don't have authority over your woman, you cannot protect her. Let me say it again before I motherfucking get into this shit. If you with a bitch that ain't trying to listen to your authority, you in a bad way. You in a bad motherfucking way. You cannot protect the bitch that you don't have authority over. So when you in the streets, you need to watch who the fuck you with. I have seen too many niggas get destroyed trying to take up for a bitch that ain't listening to nothing the fuck he say.
Shout out to Corey Holcomb, man. Boy, he had a very animated way.
Very animated.
Shout out to him. But I mean, he did say some real stuff, man. Like it's hard to protect a woman that does not respect you as the leader, which you don't have no authority over. So I kind of want to get y'all's take on that. And this is free flow. I'm not going. Y'all know I don't call y'all names for video responses, but I'm interested in hearing it. Yep, go right ahead.
So I have problems with wording, but I try to take it and rephrase it in my head because people just say whatever they want to say. And it's not that I do see my father as authority. I saw my grandfather as authority. They don't have to throw in my face that they are the authority of the house. They don't have to say that. I respect them and I listen to them and I understand them. But I think it's trust. You trust them with your life. You trust them to the point that you're, whatever they say, you trust them with your life, like is you as a man. And I always ask men this question: is there any other men around you that you will trust your life with? Because that's what a woman is doing. Trusting the other person, like you give it, hey, my life is on your mercy, like whatever you want to do with it, pretty much, if you're going to protect me. So my dad didn't have to and just this scenario I gave you before, he didn't have to do anything, say anything, treat me in a way. No, he didn't say anything. My grandpa said, the wise see dangers and walks away. And that stayed right here in my head. So I changed the word. Instead of saying the authority, I would say that they don't trust that man. It's not that we don't respect the authority. It's just sometimes we don't trust that man.
I'll jump in. I wish he would have said the second part first and then the first part second. Because he took a while to warm up, but the second part I felt like was very relevant. I think a man has to be able to govern himself and put himself under authority and able to command authority. Because there's a lot of men you run with that you wouldn't trust with your lives. If men just sat here and told the truth, be like, hell no, he's reckless, he's disrespectful, he's this, he's that. I remember a couple of weeks ago, OT shared that some men are hard to read. Some men even trick other men. Right? So we're just talking about men. Some men don't deserve to be, what is it? The chief commander.
Oh, child speak.
If we just pause that, forget a woman. We're just talking about the quality of a man, right? In friendships, at the job, you see some people get a little bit of power and you be like, oh my God, who hired him? But let's go to relationships. I don't think you need to have authority over anybody. I think if you gain and gather their respect, they give you the red carpet to make the call. So it's not that you want a woman to give you authority. You need her to respect you. That's where I would start. And authority respect doesn't require you controlling someone. When people respect you, they're going to trust your leadership. So I think the divide or the great divide is a lack of respect that women sometimes have for men.
I agree. I agree. I'll jump in. I agree wholeheartedly with everything you said. That just took, I'll use an example. I've seen, because like someone said, like a lot of people here may be pro men, but I'm pro women. I'm pro women, pro Black women specifically. Okay. So I've seen other women get out of line where it is up to the woman in a way to protect herself, because there was a video I saw a long time ago, a woman of a different race and a man of a different race, and she was fighting and arguing with the men, and she was going at them, and her husband or her boyfriend or whatever was trying to pull her back and say, no, let's go, let calm down. And she was like, no, I'm ready for action, I'm ready for war. She thought she didn't care what he was saying to her. And the men were so mad, they beat up her man just to show her, like, hey, yeah, you thought you was big and bad. Guess what? We're about to jump your man in front of you. So I have seen that happen. It is up, like, if you see danger around where your man is outnumbered, that is up to you to be responsible enough to say, if you care about this man, if you respect this man, you would not put him in those type of positions. But a lot of women, not going to say a lot, but there are some women who don't respect that man enough to care about his safety as well, especially if he's outnumbered and you've never seen him in a fight before and you just put him out there like that just to risk getting beat up. That's a little messed up. But there's just some women who probably don't respect that man. And so if that happens, that's up to the man to leave that woman alone after that, if she put him in that type of situation, because there's no respect. And if you don't have a woman's respect, you're not going to get any type of authority over her, as you say.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We all
Agreed to a point, right? No matter what y'all say, respect is authority.
Absolutely. You don't even have to, the words don't make a difference.
Right, y'all
Control is all in that too. Submission is all in that too. Whether we say submit, authority, control, if you're doing it, it's being done.
Right. So y'all, it's a word play. Y'all playing words again to make a point, and that's cool. But the truth is, and what I want to address is this, right? And y'all all entitled to your opinion. I can't change it. You do what you do, right? But my question is this, right? If it's a question of respect, why would a woman be with a man she don't respect?
There you go.
Right? Again, it all falls on the man. It's what I keep telling y'all. Right? If it all falls on us, we need to have the correct conversation, ladies. We need to have the correct conversation. It's up for him to do what he need to do with her after she done broke the code. Right? If it's not respect is you saying, hey, I'ma listen. That's me controlling you. That's me having some type of control over you. If we in some shit and I tell you go to the car, take your ass to the car.
Right? Ricky, say that forbidden word. She just submitted to you. Go ahead and say it.
She submitted. She cooperated. She went with the game plan.
He did.
Respect
Exactly.
is submission. Respect is control. You respect your boss at work. He controls what your ass do at the office, correct? Right? Let's stop playing these semantics. Like I said again, if we gonna play it, we gonna play it right. Let's have a real discussion. We're supposed to be doing solutions on this spot. Right? So again, if it's all on us, no matter what, we have to garner and earn your respect. Facts. That means we need to have a different conversation then. That's all I got on it.
So I'd love to jump.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello, Kayla. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you? You can go ahead.
Well, I was just going to kind of piggyback on what Sahira said, because what she outlined was total submission. And no, men don't generally ask for it. It's if they're in their alignment or they're in and operating their purpose, women do submit, whether we say the words or not. We trust them, we respect them, and we submit. It doesn't have to be a spoken word. That's exactly what your grandfather and your father showed your mother and yourself. So it doesn't have to be something that we outline. It's just what it is.
Okay, so this directly takes me back to something I posted on my channel the other day by Pastor Michael Todd, right? He said in this generation, people get messed up because they have a creator mentality when they are a creation, right? So in the Garden of Eden, right, God is in control. He gave Adam and Eve authority to manage said garden, but he is in control. So if you are spiritual and you operate that way, the control comes from God. It comes from his word on how things should go. And then you are the implementer. You are the authority to watch over this household. So saying things like control and authority are the same because they're synonymous, let's not confuse the two, because they are not. No person should want to even control. They should respect you and give you the authority in their life. So to me, if you have to demand it, if they're not giving it to you of free will based on their own feeling and respect for you, I'm not really sure why you want it with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a man, I don't really want that. I don't really want to have to force you into it. I should be the, like, this is, my dad said this the other day, is that you finding your Boaz, not someone that you don't believe is worthy. An actual Boaz that has proved he's Boaz, where I want to throw myself at your feet, at your service. What can I do for you? So that's just what I think about this topic. I think that, ultimately a lot of different things have also changed with, in life versus where that life was and where we are now, with women having to be in the workforce because there's just generally not enough money around here. Right. So there's lots of nuances, but overall, that's how I think that it should be. And I think it'll go great that well because both parties feel respected, So
let me add a little clarity to what you said. God gave Adam dominion over all the things on the earth, and he made Eve from his rib and made her a helpmeet. So we have to get that part right.
I never negated that part.
You said Adam and Eve authority over all things. That's not how it was.
They had authority over the garden. I'm talking about pre-bite of the apple. I'm talking about the way it should have been before the sin.
But no, she was a helpmate. He gave Adam the authority.
But I wasn't talking about Eve. I was really speaking about Adam, but about God and Adam. God has control. Adam has authority. You guys earlier were saying that we were playing semantics by saying that those two things are different. And I'm just saying that they are different.
Okay, so then to go on, Eve's purpose was Adam. So in marriage, a woman's purpose is her husband. So whether it's authority, control, submission, or whatever you want to call it, when a woman says, I do, Her purpose is her husband. And that's what we have to get right. It doesn't mean she doesn't have
You didn't
it doesn't mean it
You
doesn't
show me
mean-
that in scripture, since we're talking scripture, because what I recall is that a man is a woman's curse, according to Genesis, and not her purpose.
No, she was
Hold
the
on.
one. that
In
made-
conjunction with labor pains, he also cursed a woman with the desire for a man. So if
because
we're
those
talking-
were the
we're
things
gonna
that
talk
she
it, we have to talk it correctly. And God, even though he placed Adam in authority, he also gave direct instruction to Adam about the Garden of Eve, which Adam defied, not Eve.
But the sin didn't happen until Adam did it. The sin came through Adam. It didn't come through Eve because she was never the person that was in authority. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in
You
marriage.
look to Kayla to give her scripture.
We're
and
talking, and
clarification.
I addressed her. I addressed it exactly the way I wanted to. We're talking about I'm speaking about marriage. I'm talking about marriage. And in the Bible, it does outline a blueprint for marriage.
But can you show us where it says a woman's purpose is her husband? Or
What
whatever
you,
you
what
just
you
said.
you knew those words? Her purpose in the beginning. There was Adam. He put Adam into a deep sleep, but then he created them both at the same time. But then he formed her for him because he was lonely. That was her purpose right there.
But he also formed a male and a female dog, a male and a female cat.
You just don't want to
And
know.
I'm just saying, can you show us where he directly assigns a woman her purpose as a man? Because you corrected Kayla, so I'm
Well,
asking you. I'm just asking you. Can you show us that? I'm not refuting it.
For him to create her, putting him in a deep sleep, taking his rib and creating her for him because he felt like he was lonely is for
he
his
was not
purpose.
complete.
No, it wasn't.
He was
Okay.
not complete. Things were not complete.
He didn't make another
without
man from
her.
Adam. He made another woman.
He said
He made a
it's
woman.
not good to be alone. Things were not complete
Exactly.
without her because there is duality to everything. So I really just dislike when we try to put force into who's more important when there's duality to everything. There's day and there's night. There's good and there's
coulda
bad.
gave
There's
Adam
up
a
and there's
dog.
down. There's a man
I don't
and there's a
understand your
woman.
point.
That's how it's supposed to
I don't
be.
understand your
We are
point.
made
Adam could have had a dog. He could have had a brother. He could
Together.
have had a friend. He could have
Now
had
you
a
playing.
woman.
Please,
So,
One mic.
the lesson today was about-
We
I
all
thought we were-
talking over each other. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
my question is this, and ladies, I'm gonna give y'all that. My question is this again, and I'll ask you.
Give him what? What you giving him?
Give them what they said. I'm gonna give them what they said, security boss. My question is this: why would you be with a man you do not respect?
Never. But people don't have respect for themselves. They grow up with no respect, with no self-value because of whatever their situation is, and tend to choose that same toxic for their future. It's just
Okay.
that's just statistics say.
Okay, so again, I'm asking the question: why would you like? I'm just using the points they made. I'm using the points that Batman and Robin made tonight. You know, I've seen some women that don't respect their man. They with them, da 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 da. So why are you with them if you don't respect them?
I'll answer. First of all, you called us that when you did a recap of me sharing a positive example of my husband. Hold on, let me finish.
That's facts.
You want me to answer that?
I'm glad you're paying attention.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
No,
let
it's not
her
paying.
talk,
Hold on. Let
though.
me
Let her
finish.
talk, though.
I got it. Robin, I got it. And I wouldn't have said it, but you brought it up.
That's fine.
So this is a solution-based panel. In creating solutions and talking about learning curves, I had a learning curve that I shared a couple of months ago about being a wife and my growth spurt. And I gave an example on this panel how something about a motorcycle. We went to therapy. The therapist helped me to see it from a different perspective. And sometimes you need somebody to see you from a different perspective. I'm not above reproach. Okay.
Mhm.
And that was a positive moment. And you took it and you made it very nasty and very muddy. Right. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Hold on. Because what you did is you took my marriage and you took it to a different platform. And you made up stuff about me and my family. You said we didn't have it. Hold on, let me finish, Ricky. And I would love to give you the floor if you would let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You said my family does not have a traditional marriage. I've never met you before a day in my life. You've never had dinner with us. You've never met my husband. Hold on, let me finish. And you said a lot of things that were not true.
Yeah, I sure
Based
did.
based off of an example, what I thought was a positive example that I gave on this panel. And that's neither here nor there. So in you giving your rhetoric about what you perceive my marriage to be, you coined B. Taylor and myself as Batman and Robin. So I just wanted to give a little bit of background because you said we felt like we were untouchable. And I don't know what that means. So we were just using a little bit of humor to lighten the situation, right? Because nobody wants their family to be talked about. So that was just a little bit of lightening the situation, bringing a little bit of positivity to recover from last week. That's all.
People just use certain things that you tell people and they bring it back to other people panels and use it as an example. But, carry on.
Let me know when I can go, please. Are you guys done? Are we done?
Yeah, she said, yeah, she acknowledged.
Right. So let me talk to y'all as a grown man. I don't care what y'all hear what I say. Everything I say, I mean. Everything I say, I mean. And I'm glad y'all paying attention because y'all need to hear it. And that's facts. Right? Now, I could go into some other deep shit, but I'm not going to do that here.
But we can too, because you've talked about your wife behind the scenes, and I can use a very grotesque.
Nope.
I'm above that. So hold on, because if my marriage is up for display, so is yours.
This is what I'm talking about right here. Now, I just respected you to let you get your shit off. And the reason why you didn't hit a point last week is because you ran your motherfucking mouth. You cut me off.
She can do that. And she can do that. You need to calm down with the cuss words because ain't nobody cursing at you.
Wait. Could you wait? Everybody relax.
Goddamn right.
Wait. Hold on. Everybody relax. Let's let them have this one-on-one.
So emotional.
Let me finish my point. The only reason is because, like I said, I understand what y'all doing, and it's cool. Ever since B. Taylor got dogged the fuck out.
Boy, shut the fuck up. Shut up before we bring up your shit.
Bring it up.
All right.
Bring it up. What you got? Right?
Is the language necessary?
Right. This is what Ricky does. He bring up people's personal life. He tries to act like a AKA fake ass life coach.
Okay.
To people and find out people's business and bring it up to when it's convenient to him. He has no story until B. Taylor speaks.
Again, like I said, this is your fucking problem. Right? You can talk all this shit, but where's your results?
I think you can check my LinkedIn and check my results.
Where's your results? B. Taylor?
Where's yours? You just posted your wife. You've been behind her for a long time. I'm just saying.
My wife is not your business.
And my life is not your business.
Facts.
So my results are not your business.
So why you asking me for advice why you can't get married to your man?
I didn't ask you for advice. I try to help you.
Like I said, you want to go to the video?
Make it stop.
When can I talk?
Can I say something?
You guys, I still have PTSD from these type of panels. I can't do this.
Can I say something real quick?
That we have somebody
Don't let me feel what you need to say.
I was trying to help his failing show out and be supportive and just give content to his failing show. But I see he was trying to use whatever I was trying to give him as a example. But I would never want to be your wife. So whatever it is.
Babies and not married.
It is what it is. And nobody wants to be married to you. Nobody wants to be married to
If I finish my thought, we can move on.
Trill, you're muted.
I'm done. I'm sorry.
Trill, we can't hear you if you're speaking. We can't.
Nah,
cut the line.
Are we done? It's time to move on. I tried to get y'all the back and forth, but it's turned into something else.
I let them rock out and I didn't say nothing. If I can finish my thought, we can move on.
Okay, wait. Ricky, go ahead and finish your thought. Do not interrupt him. Let him finish, just like he allowed Queen to finish. So y'all got to let him finish. And after he finishes, we're going to keep it pushing. Ain't going to be no rebuttals. Ain't going to be no back and forth. So I'm trying to give y'all the opportunity. And again, I kind of had a feeling this was going to come. And that's why I kind of let it go, right? Because there was some things said. There was some, situation flared up a bit. And, I wanted y'all to unpack it like adults. But again, we're not here for the Jerry Springer. I'm not here for the back and forth insults. That is
I'm
not
not
what this
trying to be.
platform is.
I'm
You
not trying to
understand
be.
me?
I just
So
want to finish my thought.
no, it's all good, and you will, But I just want to set the president. Once he get done, we moving on. Go ahead, Rick.
Okay. So the problem I had with last week, and again, ever since B. Taylor went on Lapeef Network, it's like y'all too, and tell me if I'm wrong, and this might just be me. Y'all ain't got to tell me nothing. Y'all got a vendetta on trying to overtalk people and not let people finish their point. These are facts. And the way that you was talking to me last week, Queen Sheba, was out of pocket for no reason. And the truth is, y'all really need to stop drinking. Y'all really need to calm down on that wine. Right? So again, when we was talking about Lucky, I was about to jump in and say, hey, how can you say she's liberal in marriages when in your marriage, you guys are liberal with your thoughts? Like you said, your husband had to clear with you to get his bike. Is that not correct? Is that not the truth? Or did I make that up?
Trill, did you want me to answer that? I know you said no responses.
No. Just let him finish.
Right? Or did I make that up? That's a fact. But again, before I can even make my point, you jumping down like you got some type of rule over me. You don't have no rule over me. The same way I don't have any rule over y'all. So again, you have to give respect to command respect. And until y'all do that, you will get none. Thank you very much.
All right.
Can I answer to kind of make it light? Because I never went. I'm talking about the video.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I want me to just skate through it because I don't have to. You know what I'm saying?
No. Please answer.
Okay, so
please.
Back on track.
Back to the video. You know how I be at the cookout. Okay, so the video, I like the back and forth between Kayla and SB because I do like Michael Todd. I will say the word control is synonymous with authority. So, like he said, if once a woman has to say, this is my man, or give you some sort of control to have authority. And I think that's important because we see a lot of men in marriages and relationship with women they can't control, which means they can't protect. They can't get her to say something. She always got something back, some back talk. She got some lip. She don't want to do this. He can't get her to do that. So I think those type of women, even though you're married to him, I don't want us to assume because they're married, she's giving him authority. Even though we know the vows, but we know people don't follow those. So the way that I see a woman giving a man authority is her ability to listen to him and trust him. And I agree with the respect factor because it first starts with respecting that person and his decisions, the way that he is, all those things to be able to give him reverence over you. So if we are talking about the Bible, it's interesting that we all have the same story differently because I kind of understand with SB. The order was always given to man. And then man, had his woman. And they have different jobs, I would say. They have different positions. They both are not equal. He didn't say, I have made Adam, I made you both. This is the order. Like she said, it was not sin until Adam did it. They both had punishments because they both had disobedience, things like that. But if we're going to reference the Bible just from my perspective and what I understood about it is if once that man gets authority and he is in alignment, like what Kayla said, then you understand that more women will be able to trust that man because they understand what his principles are. They understand what he's grounded in and all of those things to know where authority is coming from. A man who is not grounded in no type of spiritual belief, I don't care whether you believe or not. And if you are a man who don't believe in spirituality, I question your authority. Where is your morals coming from? What gives you that moral compass? Even when you stray, what corrects you? So my thing is, if you are in alignment, you understand those type of common ground that you have, and then you meet the woman and you're able to understand what your role looked like, and you're able to tell her and lead her and mold her into what her role is, especially if she has a relationship with God. I think being equally yoked would help a lot of people out. Even if you're a Satanist, you have to get with a woman who is Satanist, whatever that authority is. You can, you know what I'm saying? You give reverence over that. So to have that, you do have to have a man who is in alignment with something greater than him, a greater purpose than him. I don't mean just if he work and go, coming home. I'm not saying those type of men have to be getting to a heavy Rick Ross bag, but whatever that looks like, I think it has to start spiritually. because then you're able to trust that person because you understand their intentions and you're able to allow them to control you. I think most of the time women can't trust these men to control them because they're all over the place. They can't make good decisions. They're asking her all the time. So it's like now when he say he about to go handle something, do I have to check with him? Let me make sure he really did it. So that's just my thoughts on the video. And then we can move on.
Thank you, Lucky. That really was saying like what I wanted to say. Like, who do your orders come from? They should come from, or is it about self? And but yeah, you said everything that I want. Yes, girl.
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and get mine. First off, salute to Corey Holcomb. Like I said, man, he had a very animated way of saying it. But if you break it down to the messaging, I think it's perfect. I think fact is a lot of women that are in relationships and even marriages don't respect their man. And that aspect is not spoken of enough. A lot of men and women's lives are just boxes on the checklist for the check off, which is why that man doesn't have a say pretty much in how the wedding goes. He doesn't have a say in, in terms of the child. A lot of times in this era, man try to discipline the child, but don't hit my baby like that. No, we not. You know what I'm saying? It's different things. Like women don't respect a man, right? So when that's the case, of course you're not gonna listen to what he's saying. But I think it boils back to what Ricky was saying, which is he took the words right out of my head. Fact is, you agreed to be in that relationship. You agreed to be in that marriage. Why in the hell would you agree to be with somebody who's you're not willing to trust their word? You're not willing to trust their actions. You're not willing to trust their quote unquote authority. But I think that speaks to, for one, the lack of confidence in most women. And for two, the lack of tutelage. Tutelage meaning they don't know how to pick a man because they never seen a real one. They might have seen their mama dealing with niggas coming in and out the house, but I'm talking about a grown man. Two totally different things, right? So when you run into that in the real world, you don't know what you got. So you're going to try to overpower. You're going to try to, over finesse or whatever the case may be to try to get that power back because you're so used to, dictating your own life. Let's just keep it real. Because you never had no man to step in and say, hey, this is how shit is going to go. And a man with the resume that I always speak of. To do that. So it's that on one end, and then the second end is confidence. And what I mean by confidence is confidence in a decision that you made. I say this a lot. It's a lot of women that are out here, again, choosing men. Because just like men choose women, women choose men as well. Right? So when that man is shooting his shot, and when that man is trying to get at you, you could easily say, hell no, if you was looking at it from an objective, analytical place. The fact is, a lot of women don't do that. They move based on their emotions. They move based on how this man makes me feel. Not how good of a leader he is. Not how terrible his resume looks. The resume got a whole bunch of incompletes on that bitch. Not none of that. But how he makes me feel. Sex is good. When I'm around him, I'm just uplifted and all of that. Don't mean damn the fact that he's a horrible leader. He ain't even a leader in his own circle. If we're going to keep it real. So, again, that speaks to the confidence in that decision making, because if I'm confident in myself, whatever decision that I make, especially in terms of leadership, because men have to choose leaders too. I say it all the time. All men is not leaders. It's a fact. You can look at friend groups. You can look at families. You can look at whatever you want to look at. A lot of men are not the leader in that situation, right? But they still have to choose who to follow. And if I'm going to choose who to follow, and I'm confident in myself, then I'm confident in who I pick to follow. Meaning I'm going to go with his leadership. And I think the fact that a lot of women don't speaks to the confidence in their decision making. So
there's a third thing though, Trill.
Sure. What is it?
The third thing is everybody wants somebody and they rather have somebody than nobody.
Facts.
So that's people true. Be with people they know they shouldn't be with, but they rather be with somebody than not be with somebody.
Even if, ironically, you with 60% of them, or sometimes less. Because it's a lot of people that's in relationships right now with somebody that's 1 foot in, 1 foot out of it. Never was consistent. Never. But like I said, when they're around, they make me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So damn the fact I got 2 or 3 dudes that I got in the friend zone willing to give me 1,000% effort and 1,000% attention and be, you know, to detail and consideration and all of that. I don't feel good around them. I don't care that they great leaders, but this guy that I feel good around, even though I'm only getting 40, 50% of him because he's super inconsistent, that's who I'm going to choose to have the kids with. That's who I'm going to choose to be in a relationship with. And then when the house burned down, you blaming him. Like I said, you chose him the same way he chose you. So, you know, I guess the solution would be just better decision making in terms of picking your leader. But that comes with learning who you are first. And a lot of people don't do that. But that's another conversation for another day.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Ron.
No, I was telling O to go if he had anything.
Oh no, I mean everybody pretty much summed up what I had to say. I mean, I feel like it just comes from respect at the end of the day. I mean, that's been my thing pretty much from day one. It's just respect. Like we gotta find our way to gain our women's respect back. You know what I'm saying? The solid ones, you know, is it's not first off, respect and being real, like that shit is hard today. You cannot be real, you cannot be honest. You cannot say the truth without some type of consequences. It's sad. Like right now, you kind of got to cater to other people's needs because to make them feel included or whatever. When it's like when shit is wrong, it's wrong. And so respect got to be gained. And until we get that shit back, yeah, she's not gonna respect you. I mean, she's not gonna follow you. She's not gonna give you any type of authoritative leadership. No submission, none of that is coming if she don't respect you. So,
hey, real quick, just actionable items. What would be a way that you think men could get that respect back, if it's even possible?
How men could get that back? We just need to see more examples. That's what it is. It's a lot out here, but they don't get praised. Like we talk about all the time. The athletes getting the praise. The athletes not trying to be no leaders like that. They trying to get their money, get their family out the way, and move on. They're not trying to be no type of political power, nothing like that. So we just need more just solid men. Like make that cool again. Like back in the day, men getting degrees, that was sexy. Like it's cool today, but it ain't pushed like everything else. You know, the athletes is getting pushed. The guy that's sitting in the library studying, that he not getting no attention until later on in life. So just being a solid individual, more solid men got to be pushed instead of the negative shit. And women too got to stop following these niggas. Stop having babies by these ain't shit niggas, because that's what it looks like. That's what you want. So the men gonna be ain't shit until they see that you have some standards. Like, why would I raise my standards, if you don't have respect for yourself? You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
A way that men can get their value back along with their respect is just don't put up with the mess from the women. When women can't see their value or don't know their purpose, dismiss them. Don't even bother. Keep it moving. Don't even entertain the disrespect. And if you decide to, you put in place the plan. And if she can't follow the plan, you keep it moving. See, men are entertaining this crap. So they're giving their power away all the time, 50-50, baby, because we got to have a bigger house. No, baby, you come in this 2-bedroom apartment until I say we move somewhere else. Oh, she don't want to do that. Well, you're not my wife. Simple. But men, I think, kind of want that $500,000 house too. So they don't realize that it's just continuously taking their power away. It's the kings that they should be in marriage. So men got to decide, look, no, I'm putting my foot down. This is the plan. You don't like it? It's fine. But I got you. We'll get there. But that's not where we're at today. And I don't need your help to get me there.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I always put my father, and a lot of people don't like it. It's like, oh, give your father a break, but that's my role model. You know, like that's the standard that I have, and that's the men that I respect. And I want someone not a father. I don't want a father, but I want someone that I can respect the same way. That's why I give, I could use my brother, but my brother is this generation. So I wanted to say that with what Security Boss was saying right now, in a way, there's like this thing that women are not respecting men, and it's because they are entertaining that. And I could see when you're going back and forth. I remember my dad will literally just not listen. He would just walk away until we come to him with no attitude at all.
Right.
Like when there's no attitude, he will listen. But we knew that, okay, now I have to kind of like say it in a different way to talk to him. And when me and my sister were like, blah, 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 go to your room until you guys are ready to talk.
Right.
So he was not entertaining none of that. Until today, he's the same way. If my stepmom sometimes, she's like, and I even get to her like, why are you doing that? He's not even listening. Because I see my dad and he's like, he's not even listening anymore. And he's like, just let her talk, whatever. She wants to say whatever. And I agree with you on that.
Well, you know how I do. I'm just going to be blunt about it. And I'm going to try to answer Trill's question and respond to what Corey said in the video. It goes into taking command of yourself. I learned the hard way that I was emotionally irresponsible and my leadership was limp. I had to own that. I had to take that time to like really rework. Would I follow me? Do I trust me? And when I start earning my respect for how I move and what I stand for, my principle and purpose, then that's the blueprint for someone to either follow or get the fuck away from my space.
Yep.
That's part of leadership as far as actionable. You need to establish a blueprint of leadership, command of yourself, level of discipline, direction, what drives you, what you will and will not put up with. And I know at the nice age of 47, thanks to yesterday, I know I have 2 bullshit minutes per year. And I cannot afford to waste any one of them dealing with individuals who do not respect where I'm going or what I'm about. And being in them situations to where talking about leadership, I didn't have to ask my ex-girlfriend when, her brother was threatening to cut her with a knife. I immediately stood in between them, shoved her ass out the way, and told him to bring that smoke with me. Now, he ran out the house with the knife, which was interesting. But the thing is, while they had to get her together while she was in there cussing in the moment and she was emotionally unstable at the time, she learned after the fact, when she calmed the fuck down, what happened. I'm not asking to take command of a situation, a word about the tone or delivery, all that. If it's time to act, I'm in action. I'm not asking for permission. A lot of times leadership is overt and covert. And as Trill mentioned, it's prevention. But sometimes you have to be active with your prevention. Whether it's disrespect, whether it's how you move. Sometimes you don't have to engage everything that goes out there. Other times you have to get in there, and sometimes you have to put both feet in somebody's ass. Sometimes. But again, it's not about, these semantics and, these hypocritical conversations that most happen. But when we get down to it, it's either you're about that shit or you're talking shit, especially to yourself. And that's many things I had to learn for myself. You had to get your orders in point. Would you follow you? That's the first question you need to ask your damn self. Because if you can't do that, you have no right to say shit. You don't even have right to own a pet.
All right. Did everybody get to touch on this? I think so. Okay. Real quick, man. Salute the Crusader Nation, man. I'm hearing that the mods is wilding. That's what people telling me. Y'all got to explain to me how exactly. Like I said, I understand. The conversations get heated. First and foremost, I want to set precedent. I know sometimes the conversations get heated. Again, that is not the intention of this platform. This is not Jerry Springer. This is not what we come here for. But at the end of the day, I understand. But what we not gonna do is in the chat. I know niggas sending money and super chats and all of that, and I appreciate it. But what we not gonna do is send disrespectful super chats and then expect me to read it. That's not happening. I will give you the money back. The money means nothing to me, honestly, if we're going to be 1,000%. So let's just keep it respectful. You understand me, panelists? I want y'all to keep it respectful between each other. Like I said, I felt like that conversation had to happen. I kind of wish we would have got to that behind the scenes, but shit happens. You understand me? But at the end of the day, I just want everybody to have at least a goddamn common workplace respect for each other. That's all I want. But again, salute to y'all. Y'all already know. You know what I'm saying? I love all y'all. So it's all, as always, appreciate y'all for giving y'all time on the platform. Everybody in the chat, like I said, Crusader Nation, man, y'all know how we conduct ourselves, man. I understand if y'all got passionate opinions about somebody, that's cool, but we're gonna keep it respectful at the end of the day.
And my apologies for disrespecting the panel and the chat, but I meant what I said.
And I meant what I said.
All right, and there we have it. All right, we're gonna pay some bills, man, and then I'm gonna ask y'all a question. We spent half of this platform discussing protection. Next, we're gonna get into what providing means. So I want y'all to get y'all answers ready in that regard. Security boss, we coming right to you first.
Okay.
You understand me after I get done paying these bills, but providing, what does that look like in a healthy marriage or a healthy relationship? But real quick, honest citizen, will Black women accept protection from Black men? Cynthia G said, quote unquote, Black women are not conquerors. As such, Black men are not conquerors. As such, Black women shouldn't submit to them. Is this conducive for good relationships? I will stand on the hill to say anything that Cynthia G says is not good for relationships. it's just be honest here. But again, not downing anybody's platform, even though she has some negative things to say about us, and we had to get dead on our ass one time. But it's all it's no love lost. But in terms of answering that question, no, it's not. We'll keep it pushing. Andre with the 5-piece. He's not lying at all. You trust me not to wear rubber, aka with your life, but Batman, you choose him. Where's the building part where trust is solidified? Okay. Great point. Hawk with the 5-piece, smooth voice. Oh, she think I'm Lil Boudreaux. Shout out to Smooth, man. I think I see him in the chat, man. Salute to bro. Andre with the 2-piece. We all want godly results with out of order ways. That is a fact. We definitely got to tighten up on that. Dub Will with the 5-piece newsflash, ladies. Ninjas don't fight no more. If you put your man in danger with your mouth, good chance is it's going to cost him his life. Wow. Real rap. Rest in peace to Takeoff. Web Slinger with the 5-piece. Ricky versus Sheba and B. Taylor round 50-11. Let's go. Y'all always keep me entertained while I'm at work. Much love to all y'all. Appreciate you, bro, tapping in with us. Andre with the 5-piece. Help meet, not mate.
Sorry.
God, Christ, man, woman. She helps him meet what? The vision he has. He is the head. So y'all boys getting deep into that Bible. I gotta sharpen up my knowledge, because when y'all talk about that Bible, that's just go right over my. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be like nodding like I get it, but it's all over here. But you know what I'm saying? We definitely appreciate the context. Black Lexicon with the 5-piece. If God had created Eve and then made Adam from her rib, what would his purpose have been? Great point. Lakeisha, the 2-piece. Sending love to Ricky. We appreciate it, Lakeisha. I ain't somebody that know how to speak Mandarin. Can y'all read it?
Konnichiwa, nigga, like Konnichiwa? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we appreciate you tapping in, man.
Gave you enough for a pack of ramen noodles.
Hey, man, it's all love, man. All contributions is respected, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. Andre with the 2-piece. Talk your talk, Lucky. God is the authority. BZ, the 5-piece. With respect, being equally yoked is overhyped. Where I come from, it's about leadership and followership. Most want to lead, but will never follow. It's facts. Tap with the 2-piece. Trill, I love the way you run your panels. Well, I appreciate you, gang, tapping in with us, man. I try to keep it as under control as possible, man. But sometimes, things go a little wayward. But we're gonna try to tighten that up going forward, man. I appreciate you. Spencer with the 5-piece. Salute to SB and my Ricky. Appreciate you, bro. Hey, real quick, man. Somebody, because I know somebody in the chat speak Mandarin or something like that. Can y'all translate this so I can say their name? With the 5, he say, wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands as unto the Lord. Ephesians 5:22.
And ye husbands also submit yourselves unto your wives. So he left out a huge part, but go ahead.
Amen.
It is literally like right after that too.
All right, Andre BZ, being equally yoked is on the man. Okay. Eugene with the 5-piece. Salute to Eugene, man. This comes from careful vetting. You have to vet with logic. I agree. Goes back to what I said. People don't do that. They vet with feeling instead of what makes logical sense. Tap again with the 2-piece. Ricky, brother, never stop speaking the truth. Appreciate you, Tap. Hink, salute to Hink, man. The 5-piece. Say a lot of these 304s. Shout out to bro, man. Back again, leave them at the restaurant. Nigga ain't crazy as hell. Jarrell with the 5-piece. Robin demonstrated the problem men have with modern women and always wanting the last word. Okay. Tap, B. Taylor, don't take these panels personal. Tap again. Great panel, good group, good conversation. Crew season, man. Salute, bro. We appreciate it. Boy, he said a dunk ain't shit. Shout out to bro. We appreciate it. Uncle Stepdaddy, respect starts with you setting boundaries. I agree. It's hard to set boundaries when you don't know yourself. People don't spend a lot of time doing that. So here we are.
Hey, Trill.
Yep.
Per Google Translate is James Jones.
Hell no, ain't no way.
All that say James Jones?
Yeah.
James,
Wow. Hey, salute to James Jones, man.
James Ramon Jones.
That's the simplest name too.
That is hilarious, man. Salute to bro, man. Uncle Stepdaddy with the 5-piece. If you play with a dog long enough, it'll lick you in the face. That's facts. That's facts, man. I think I got everybody. I don't want to miss people. BZ, all those theologians. I hope I'm saying that right. Preaching on the YouTube panel. Get the F out of here. Chat Ninja for life. Salute to BZ. I think that's all of them. Okay. So everybody had time to think on the question, man. We spent half of this time here we have tonight speaking on protection. Now it's time to speak on providing. I'm very interested in hearing y'all responses to this. Miss Security Boss, you're up first. What does providing look like?
Providing for me is definitely provision. It is often related to money, but it's more than that. It's also a plan. I often tell the story where my husband, when we got married, was not a 6-figured guy, but he had a plan and he had a will for God. So I followed him. So he offered me the provision and the plan within his means at the time, and I went for it. So that's what provision is, or that's what providing is providing a home, is providing, he's supposed to be that minister for me, that covering for me. He's providing all the things that we need in our home, and I'm supposed to fall in line underneath him with his plan. And for me, that's the provision.
Okay, well said. Ricky, what does provision look like to you, bro?
Provision, I agree with Security Boss, but it's also providing a space. You know what I mean? Giving her space where she can relax, where she can unload the stuff that she don't need to have. Nurture her children. You know what I'm saying? Have a circle that she can talk with, that she can discuss with. And just be a woman.
Yeah.
Give her a space to be a woman, right? Again, y'all know how I feel about this. The biggest problem is that us as men, we expect our women to be a certain way, but we don't provide them what they need to get there. Right? So again, you got to give your woman that space. You got to give her a place where she can come and say, hey, I'm okay here. I'm not worried. Again, I think, like they said, that safety, right? Again, shout out to Queen Sheba. She said she never felt threatened. You see what I mean? So I think your wife should have that same space. And I believe that's part of provisioning, along with the money, the shit we know we need because we all got to eat. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
give her a place where she can be a lady, right? Not have to act outside herself or be somebody she not. You know what I'm saying? I think I believe, at some time or another, right, we all killed that kid we had inside. You know what I mean? Because life beats you up so much and we go through so many things and those dreams die eventually, right? Right? But you got to give your wife a space where she can be the lady she's supposed to be. And she can't do that if you're not giving her a space to do so. So that's what I believe really what provision is.
I would agree with that. Saida, what is your take on provision? What does providing look like within a relationship?
Well, I would say like feeling secure, safe in my environment, not just, like in the household, like of protection, but like in my environment as well. And all the values, because that's also a way of providing. You're not just providing physical stuff that we know, like, that can be done with the financial status, or that the financial covers, but what the mental, emotional, and physical, it can be covered as well. So it's not just physical resources, but the values, and again, the environment matters as well.
I would agree with that. Rona, providing 2022, what does that look like?
Providing actionable evidence to whether I should be taken seriously or not. Evidence that you feel confident in being with me or embarrassed.
You're in the matrix.
Yeah, you are cracking up.
I can hear you.
Yeah, you're a little matrixy.
Sorry.
Matrix.
I gotta refresh it.
No, that's cool. I'm gonna get through this and I'm gonna do it. When it comes down to it, we talk about how do I handle things in peacetime and in times of adversity. Can you trust me with your secrets, or are you basically threatened to talk to me about anything? So when it comes down to it, it's like, are you able to walk confident with me, or are you hanging your head low looking for the nearest exit? How do I handle things as far as like resources, your respectability, everything?
All right. Yeah, bro, it's like a crackle.
Sound
It's
like a
when
robot.
you talk, it sounds like it's a
Yeah.
crackle going on.
Hey, power cycle your roadcaster, dog.
All right, I got it.
Yeah. Miss Queen, providing within a relationship. What does providing look like?
I think it's a foundation that he sets. And I think it goes up and down, because a man could have the best intentions, but the economy changes, people lose their jobs from day to day, people get sick. But I think it's the intent that he has to provide. And then when he carries that out, right, to his full capacity, his full ability. But on the other hand, I also think if a woman can, she can contribute. Right. I don't remember if it was like last week on this channel when we talked about Ruth and Boaz, and we use it as an example. When Boaz discovered Ruth, she was working. She wasn't chilling at home in a nail shop and just living it up. She was working. She was in the field picking wheat. Right. So I think it's good if a woman can contribute. I think it takes a lot of pressure off of a man mentally and emotionally. I've talked to a lot of men that have been successful. Right? And their wives did not work. And he did not have a problem with providing. However, when he hit a tight spot, he felt a lot of stress. He felt like his back was up against the wall, because if he failed, the entire family crumbled. So I think it's important that if a wife has a skill set and or a talent that she can offer to the family, even if he just says, put that up, baby, for a rainy day, put that up, sweetheart, for our retirement. I think that would be a great addition or great add-on from the wife. I love to work. Me and my husband make plans a lot. Whoever gets there first, we trying to retire each other. Yeah. So whoever gets there first, we off and running, but we're working together. If you get there first, if I get there first, here's where we want to live. Here's, it is what it is. But I think if a woman can contribute, and if she does have the skill set, it's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Providing. I think providing is simply going above and beyond to make your partner's life as easy as possible. I think providing happens on both sides, right? I think also you got to know the person you picked, because providing is also providing a space, infrastructure, per se, to allow them to reach their peak in terms of what it is that they desire to do, right? I think oftentimes what happens is men are getting into a relationship with a woman, right? And she may be a, wildflower, whatever the case may be. She may be outspoken. She may have a big, personality or whatever. And he'll try to, restrain her or keep her from being, or wait, let me put you in this box that I see a woman being, right? I feel like that is a big mistake. I think you should find a woman that actually fits within the box that you have for her instead of trying to force somebody into it. So providing means that if I chose this woman and I knew that she was outspoken and I knew she had a big personality, I'm going to set infrastructure and set the stage for her to be who she is. And I'm going to be confident in her being who she is. And I think that the same thing goes for women. A lot of women will take a man who's a player or a man who's a womanizer and try to put him into the box of being a healthy provider or a solid husband, a solid foundation. That's not who he is. It's not. So, at the end of the day, you got to pick somebody who's suitable for you. But once you do, your job is to set infrastructure that allows them to be their best self. Now, again, that comes in many ways. Most people speak about the finances aspect of it, which is important. But again, that is not a one size fits all. Just like Queen just got done eloquently stating, she loves to work. But if you let a lot of people tell it, hey, the man should be bringing in the money, woman should be, taking care of the house, whatever the case may be. I'm not here to dictate the guidelines of somebody's relationship, but I think providing, like I said, is enabling them to be their best self. So if I'm married to a woman like a Queen Sheba who enjoys working, I'm going to set infrastructure to where she can do that. And why? Because she's going to be happy. She's going to feel fulfilled, which means I'm going to benefit on the back end of that. Now, if I'm trying to turn her into somebody she's not, she's going to be resentful. She's going to be angry. And I'm going to have to deal with the back end of that. Right.
So can I add something to that?
Sure.
Nothing should supersede the marriage, though. Nothing, her wants and desires should not supersede the marriage. So whatever you put in place for your marriage as a plan, then it would be great. But if her desires are superseding what you've put in place just to make her happy, she will lose respect for you.
So
and hold on real quick, because I agree with that. But which is why I said pick somebody that's suitable for you.
Exactly.
Right. Her desires and things of that nature will, cause her to lose respect for you if she's not compatible with you. You chose somebody that wasn't compatible, and I'm trying to force something, but she has desires of grandeur to go do other things, then you're 1,000% right. But I think that's why you got to get the vetting process right. I need to be in a relationship with somebody that I'm comfortable with them being who they want to be. And if I'm not, let that woman go. I don't care how good it feels. I don't care how good the sex is. I don't care how great the conversation is, whatever the case may be. She's not compatible for what I deem as a successful marriage. Right. So that's why I think that vetting process is super important, but people don't take it serious enough. And they try to do the work on the back end and they run into the situation that you're talking about. So go ahead, Kayla. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I like what you said. Actually, you piggyback exactly where I want to go. That's been happening today. In terms of the marriage, right? I think that, or at least my perspective, and this is why I'm only doing this. This is only a one-time thing, So we are married. We are. It's like a being. You know what I mean? So when you kind of say the marriage should always be like priority or whatever, I don't know. For me, like I plan to be married to you for the rest of my life. And so there are seasons. There are times and places for different things. And I think if you're in a healthy marriage, you kind of understand that. And like right now, it's the time for the kids. Right now, it's time for his career. Right now, it's time for her career. Right now, it's time for the grandkids. And we go through these different transitions in terms of what's the top priority. Obviously, our love for each other and God are at the top, but you know what I'm talking about in terms of time spent. Just like when you're younger and you're trying to build up to that 6 figures, you're spending more time doing that than you are maybe gallivanting around the city with Bay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the reality of it, because you're building something with that person. So yeah, I just believe things are seasonal in marriage. Like, we're going to go up, we're going to go down, certain things are going to happen. And as long as the partners respect each other, that's what I want. And as long as the partners are respecting each other, we can go in and out of those phases always on the same team, you know? So, yeah.
I agree, Kayla. I just want to say really quick, when you said the marriage does come first. I agree. But that's why communication is important. And you have to check in all the time to make sure that your goals are aligned. I have individual goals. He has individual goals, but we also check on to make sure that, hey, I want to make sure you're not going left and I'm going right. And we bring them together. But what does that mean for the both of us? Our goal is to be free from corporate America. So when we think about that and we think about what strategy we're both taking on, him with his skill set and me with my skill set, and how we bring that together to be free before, like, most of us have to work, right? Most of us have to work. We're not choosing to work. We have to. We want to be in a situation where we're choosing to work. And that's the priority in our marriage.
I agree with that. And don't get me wrong, I think women should work, but I still think it should be within the man's plan to what she should do. I don't think women should allow corporate America to supersede their marriage.
Yeah.
And actually also be under the influences of what corporate America brings, because what it does is you get one raise, then you want another. You get another raise, then you want another. So as long as the marriage is coming first, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I actually my husband and I actually co-own a business, and that's what we've been entrepreneurs our whole marriage. So I think women should work, but it should all be in a plan that the husband has demonstrated and put together. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that was my husband's plan before he met me. He took care of her, paid everything, right? And then got shitted on. And I didn't know his wishes in his head and vowed, I will never do that again. I'm going to make sure she works this time. I'm going to make sure it's somebody that's just not going to take from me. So when he found me, he was blessed because he found a wife and not a taker and a gold digger. So I agree with everything you've said.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I think it's just a matter of value systems matching at the end of the day. You know what I mean? I think we talked about this the other day, Trill, on King Talk, is that, again, I think it's cool as long as y'all value system is aligned. If that's what y'all goal is and that's what y'all chasing, that's cool, right? But if you got a different order, like I said, if you got a woman that do want to stay at home and you guys come to an understanding, then the man has to provide that space, the provision, right? So again, I think it's just about having that understanding between each other about where both of y'all want to go. So.
And the communication, because things are constantly changing. I think that's really what fucks a lot of stuff up, is like people have expectations of the past. And like, we're 5 years in, we're 7 years in, the kids are this age, or my mom's going through that. Things are ever changing. And so you have to have that communication so that we're moving through the changes on the same page, you know, before we end up on two sides of the road and then like, who is this person? So
yeah, I agree. I think you know, that is the I tell people all the time, they be asking like, hey man, how does the marriage stay, you know, being, you know, I guess successful, according to whatever they deem as successful. And I tell you, the most important aspect of a relationship is the ability to adapt. It's over love, it's over money, it's over all of that. It's the ability to adapt. Because fact is that person that you met day one, it's going to be very, very different than that person that you're dealing with in year 11. You're 14, 15. And again, I ain't talking about the, 2-3 year situations. Y'all still fresh into this thing. I'm talking about people that have been around, been with their, significant other for a long period of time. That person's wants, that person's desires, that person's aspirations are going to change, right? So it will behoove you when you vetting her or vetting him to make sure that you have a threshold for that. Don't pick this person and be like, no, what? Nah, man, this is who I chose. You should be the same person that I always chose. In fact, that's not realistic. And you ask anybody that's been in a long-term situation, Shit is gonna change, whether it's weight, whether it's sexual desires, whether it's job, career, aspiration, time, the most important, especially when you got kids and businesses that you're working on, like Security Boss just stated. Like those are, it's a lot of things gonna be sacrificed. So that person that you with year 10 likely to be vastly different than who they was day one. So prepare for it, book it. It's coming.
And other family members, because you know, we're getting to that age. I realized that my mom is getting older. So like there's other things, you know what I'm saying? Like what if, you know, things happen, you know what I mean? And your mom has to move in here, or your dad has to move in here, and somebody's on hospice and you're like life is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta communicate.
That's fast.
Can you guys hear me?
Nah, it's still.
Oh no,
cracking,
you're
bro.
still in the
You don't have to-
matrixy. You're still doing matrix. Get your
you don't
black coat, Ronan. Where's your black coat?
You gotta do something different, bro. You got to pull out the sword or something. I don't know what's going on. The signal just ain't signaling over there. B Sailor, go ahead, man. I know you was trying to jump up in here though. In terms of providing, what is your definition of providing in 2022?
Yeah, I was gonna ask something to Queen Sheba and Security Boss, but I forgot. Like it was like 3-4 people that jumped in and kept talking, so I was like, I just forgot my focus. But I'll stick with what I said originally: is emotional protection, financial security, and physical security. That is what providing looks like to me. A man who is on a mission, has a plan for the family to follow. For the wife to follow, the children, you know, as a wife, take care of the home, you know, like I'm a journalist. So like my passion is writing. That's what I was going to talk about. Cause you guys talked about passion and corporate and stuff like that. Like my passion is writing. It's always been that. And I would love to just sit and write books. You know, that's like a passion of mine. So although like, a lot of people look at the career that I have built for myself outside of YouTube. Like I actually work in media, like, and like I'm an actual real journalist. So it's just like, but it's so stressful. And I remember having this conversation, like, you know, like the day that I get a husband, like I would want that relief to where I could be creative, because I know I'm creative enough to write and make money from home and take care of the home. And it came to mind was like, would you leave what you built for your family and husband? And I think I would. At first, you couldn't ask me that a few years ago. I was like, what? No, I'm going to be at CNN. I'm going to be on top of the world. But now I'm like, no, I would love to just stay at home and like be creative and like write books and help people and be just like tap into that creativity. So yeah, I was just listening to you ladies about marriage and you know, that how I love that Security Boss is like with her husband and you guys are like entrepreneurs and you're all like helping each other. Like that's goals to me. Like I love that.
Thank you.
And B Taylor, one thing that became hard for me, you know, is that if you can't provide me that space and that security, and I think that only is from my past of what I've been provided, but I'd be like, I have to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to do creative stuff. Like, I want to teach dance and do choreography and do things that I know can make money if I did them consistently, but I've always had to balance them with a corporate job. So it's like trying to be an entrepreneur and a girlfriend and work a full-time job. I'm tired.
I'm very tired. Like I work, especially election night. I didn't get home till 1 o'clock. Like then I do YouTube and I do panels and it's like. And
then is that bad of us to say? Is that bad of us to say? You know what I mean? People will be like, oh, you know, you want someone that makes a lot of money. And it's like, it's not that. I just don't want the household dependent on, like, you know what I mean? I've been working for a long time. I've been working since I was 18.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and you want this feminine person. Well, let me do that, babe. Because when I'm doing things I'm passionate about, that do make money. You know what I'm saying? They just obviously don't make six figures when you're starting a business. So, you know, you want a man that can invest in you, because if he does, women make bank more. The statistics on women that make money from home
Yeah.
is wild. But because they have their husband like as that investor, like, hey babe, here's 20 grand, and these women go and build these businesses. But like the average man may be just trying to keep us afloat, you know, and just don't have the ability to do that. So it's like, do you write him off? He's a good guy, you know, but you know, it's
Yeah, that is
the
confusing.
dating world.
That is confusing because Security Boss, you said that you started off with your husband. He didn't make a lot of money at first, but then
He did not, but he's always coming in the door. He was an entrepreneur. We've had several businesses. I've been a realtor since 2001, but it was still within his plan. I could have just worked. I didn't care. But he brought to me the plan of, no, you work smart. You work for yourself. And this is what we're going to do. And I just got on board. But I think it's very doable. And I think that's a good expectation for you ladies to not to want to work or make it a requirement, because a man should not require your income. Now,
true, girl. What? Like these days, these men, they
no,
be like, what? You not working? You ain't making that
no,
money,
I'm
girl.
saying, no, as a
Ladies
single
still
woman,
together.
as a single woman, you have to take care of yourself. That's not what I
Of
mean. I
course.
don't mean don't work. I'm just saying, if you want that man that's going to be that man, he has to have that plan that makes him make you respect him. And the only way you're going to do that is for him to know, or for you to know, that he got you regardless of what you're doing. Now, I'm not telling you to lay down on this man, and I'm not telling you not to work, but it can't be that he's relying on your income. But what that looks like, ladies, that you might have to be in that $150,000 house and not that $500,000 house. Are you willing to make that sacrifice? Because that's what it is. It's a sacrifice to be creative.
Okay, well, okay. That's where it gets confusing.
I'm willing. We can. This is our first home together.
Exactly.
Let's do that.
That's exactly
Then
what it
we
is,
will
Taylor.
eventually upgrade.
But what
We will
that,
as he
what
grows.
the house looks
I'm with
like?
that.
I don't know what that house looks like. I was actually talking to a realtor right now, and I said I make a decent amount of money, but I want to make more to get the house that I really want. And I'm like,
Girl, in Georgia, you can get a nice house for $150,000. You just probably can't live in DC or New York or Chicago or anywhere like that.
So the whole idea is I think you can have what you want, but just note that you got to sacrifice, because the whole idea is to be under that man's plan, and you'll respect him because you know he's offering the protection, the provision that you need to be the lady that these men have talked about. Because earlier today they were just saying women, what they like is ladies, and you can't be a lady if you're out there working 40 hours a week. And like you all just said, I'm tired.
yeah.
You're not coming home with the right attitude when you're like that.
Well, it's like men don't understand these days. It's like if you can't pull your weight to provide 100% for the family, you are going to have to get dinner. You are going to have to wash the dishes, because if we're basically splitting up the bills and paying things and working the same amount of hours, I have to pull my weight. You're going to have to pull your weight. And I think a lot of men don't accept that. And it's like, well, if you want a wife that's at home, and you got to make that at home wife money, what Trill say, you don't got housewife money. So it's a lot of men it's not registering for a lot of men. They're trying to require their woman who's also working the same amount of hours as them to do all of these duties, and then wonder why she's tired. And then they want to call her lazy. And it's like, she's not lazy. She's tired. She's tired.
I don't think it's that, to be honest. I think it's that, again, I don't know a man in here or anywhere that I know that wouldn't help his wife with the housework, with the dishes, with cooking. I think every man would do that. What I think the disconnect is that, again, it's the respect factor. You see what I mean? The thing is that, again, never anybody on this panel, right? But women in general have that point that you may be, Taylor, right? Okay, we 50-50 in this, and we got to help. You got to help us. But even with that being said, on the other end, because you're not in that, you're not in that role of a housewife. Well, again, just like you said, I don't want to cook. I don't want to clean. I'm tired. I'm out here busting my ass too, right? And then what happens is, because you guys get in that mindset, and then it's established that, hey, I'm doing what he doing. I ain't got to respect him. You see what I'm saying? So again, that's why I just asked the questions earlier. Like if you can't respect that man, you shouldn't even be with him, right? I can tell you why a man will be with you and you don't respect him. You see what I'm saying? I can tell you why he would deal with a woman, because whatever reason, he's scared, he don't want to be alone, he got in-house booty, whatever, right? But the thing is that as women, y'all know that y'all can't even deal with a man that y'all respect in general, but y'all would stay there. Right. And what you're really doing, if you really think about it, again, if we want to move in extremes, right, you're really putting both of y'all selves in danger. Because again, when it comes to that real shit out in the street, when it actually comes down to protection, right, you're not going to listen because the respect's not going to be there. And shit can happen to both of y'all, to be honest. Right. And again, that's the extreme. But again, on the day-to-day basis, right, again, what it is, it builds spikes within y'all relationship. Right. You guys are going at each other because he's not meeting your expectations, and more than likely vice versa, right? Because again, what y'all got, again, this is my personal opinion, right? This is my personal opinion, right? If you going 50-50, I think everybody should believe that, hey, we both respect each other and have an understanding under this rule that we're both busting our butt to make this happen. But that's rarely the case anymore. That's rarely the case. Right. So again, that's why I keep talking about we got to have the correct conversations.
Right.
You see what I mean?
You're not going to respect a man you go 50-50 with. Ladies, it requires us to sacrifice. We have to adapt to the men. It's not the other way around. I don't think. I heard Trill say that, but I don't think it's the other. I don't think men do the adapting. I think women do.
Yeah, I think a woman will submit to you if you're a man that's worth submitting to. Like if you're having trouble with a woman submitting to you, I think it's you. Because if a man wants to come into a woman's life making a decent amount of money and he's providing a lifestyle where she's at peace and able to rest in her femininity, I don't see too many women trying to risk that, because that's rare. That's rare. A lot of men are not offering that. I'll go down my Facebook timeline and men are like, I don't know what these women are on these days. We going 50-50. I see that so much down my timeline. I'm just scrolling. I'm like, this is really like how men think. They're just like, no, I don't want no lazy woman. That's what they call lazy if a woman's not working her ass off, because they were probably raised in a single mother household. They saw their mom working hard, so they think that that's normal. So it's actually a lot of men who think like that, who think that if a woman is not working as hard as he is, she's lazy.
But see, I think also just real quick, the reason that men would call those type of women lazy, if we're gonna keep it G, is because a lot of women, just like you said, if we talk about somebody with a traditional mindset, y'all 1,000% right. Welcome Logic to the stage. Shout out to
really, Logic? Do I have to be next to him?
I don't speak no English. I don't speak no English.
Oh my God.
Look, I'm trying to be nice. Y'all had a good topic. You know what I'm saying? And now you had to get a terrorist throwing shots at me. Be that.
No, it's all good. But yeah, so I think, the reason men would call women today lazy in that aspect is because a lot of women today are not willing to do what traditional women did in terms of taking care of the home, in terms of cooking, in terms of providing a home, right? A lot of women in today's era want convenient tradition. They'll say they want full tradition, but they don't really want full tradition. They want tradition when it's convenient for them, right? So in that aspect, hell yeah, you should be working. Yep. Because to be honest, if we look back, even relationships back in the day was 50-50. Just wasn't 50-50 from a financial perspective. It's 50-50 in the aspect that a man is going out there and getting the money. That's 50% of what's making this relationship work. And then the other 50% is the woman taking care of the home. So it's still 50-50 in regard to effort, right? So I think now, since more women are working and more women are less willing to do the housework and this, that, and the third, you literally have women, a lot of women in today's era that don't know how to cook. Or who's like, hell no, I'm not. I will hire a chef or I hire a cleaning lady. I ain't cleaning up this house. What the hell? So
Really?
and then and on top of that, they want a man that's making a lot of money so they don't have to work. So in essence, he's paying for that.
But what
He
about the
paying for
women
the
that
cleaning, he paying for
are?
the cooking.
There's so many women that I know that do know how to cook.
No.
Like, I feel like I'm a great cook.
No. And you right. But just like you may be a great cook, you may not want to clean. Or you may have issues staying home in general. Like it's a lot of women in this area. We're gonna keep it real. My wife being one of them. She said, I'm not sure if I could stay home and just not make no money and not chase what it is that I have aspirations to chase. That is the mindset of a lot of women, right? So if that's the case, then 50-50 would be on the table in that aspect. Why? Because you're not giving me the 50% effort that traditional women did. You want to work. So which means that your part of your 50-50 effort will be financial because you're not taking care of the home. So, you know, I say that to say like that balance has to shift according to the era we in. Now, if women today wanted to be super traditional, then y'all would have a point. Men would be ridiculous for asking them to go work if she's taking care of the crib and you want her to work. That's crazy. But if she's not willing to take care of the crib, hell yeah, she should be out there working and bringing in income. That's just my take on it.
Okay, let me jump in. Traditional women did work. They just didn't work in corporate America. Stop logic. Because when we think about some of the grandmothers, they cleaned houses. It may not have been full time, but they were doing something. They were taking care of some rich old white lady, baking tea cakes. They had some sort of contribution, but it wasn't as demanding as it is today. Women didn't just sit home, y'all.
No, you're right. I mean, I didn't mean, I don't think anybody is thinking that. I think everybody knows that in the black home, normally the black women work.
You have to remember the audience. Some
They
people
work.
take things
We work.
literal. So we're not just talking about our age group. We got people from all over tuned in. So when we talk about traditional women, they did work in a capacity. They did some sort of work in a capacity.
They did, but
not like it is today. Now, Tro, I want to go back to the 50-50. I see you ready. Look, we can't come up with, listen, what if the woman made more money than a man? And this is what I learned about 50-50 from a therapist. Unless you make the same, dollar for dollar, penny for penny, it shouldn't be 50-50. Because your 50 may afford you a certain amount, and her 50 may be well under your 50%. So when people say 50-50, it's not always like that. That's what I'm saying. So when you say 50-50, does that mean she has to match you dollar for dollar, penny for penny in your home?
Yeah, no, I would agree 1,000% with what you're saying. I don't. If we keep it real here, let's just be honest, like we always do on this panel, right? Is that even when it's 50-50, let's say the man and the woman is making the exact same amount of money, same salary, they both make it $75,000 a piece. The man is still gonna spend more money. That's just what it is. There will not be a 50-50 scenario. If y'all go out to eat, it's instinct for a man to reach for his wallet. If y'all, if according to whatever the bills is, whatever, if his wife wants to go shop or whatever, he's gonna make adjustments on his end. A lot of times taking losses in terms of this 50-50 comparison. Wait, let me finish. In terms of he's gonna make a way for you to live the life that you want to live more times than not. Right. So even if they making the same amount, it's still not 50-50. The man is coming out of his pocket more. And if you factor in the courting process, which women literally have to come out of their pocket zero at all, the man is going to pay more. So, but in that aspect that you're talking about, I think it should go based on kind of like a prorated situation. Right?
I think that
Wait, hold on.
Keep putting some crazy stuff, man. God,
right. But look though, this is what I'm talking about. Well, for one, most men is not dating a woman that's making way more than he making. Let's put that on the table because most men don't have the self-esteem set up to do that. But hypothetically,
let him know your income.
He can assume he niggas know how to Google careers in this era that we in. But I think in situations to where it's just a ridiculous difference in the pay, I think you got to prorate that. You can't. Of course, you're right. If I'm making 150,000 and she making 40, and just because she want to work, demanding she pay 50-50 is ridiculous.
That's
But
crazy.
like I said, with most men, even if they could be making the same exact dollar, the man more times than not is going to spend more money. But that's my take on it. Y'all go ahead.
And you know what, Trill? That's
Let me just say this
true.
really quick. Let me say this real quick, Kayla. Okay, instead of going back and forth about 50-50 and how much about it, who made what, in order to gain that trust and respect that women need to have from men, put all your money in one pot. And whoever pays bills and does the thing the best is the person that the husband should decide controls it. And
All
then
the money?
all the money goes in one pot. Now, wait a minute. If you got a business, of course, you have a business account or what have you, but
Oh,
all
okay.
the money
Okay.
that's made goes in
Okay.
one
The
pot.
W-2 money.
All the money that,
Okay.
okay.
See?
I
See?
don't know what you're saying right now, but all the money goes in one pot. The husband determines who's best at paying bills, and then you go from there.
That's how it's done here.
One aspect of marriage, because that is you all becoming one and trust. You put your money in one pot. He's putting his in. Y'all trusting each other. But
I'm like Shannon Sharp.
What if we would put in the same percentage of money?
Well,
Like
that's
you
not-
put
to me, that's not
80% of your check in there, and I put 80% of mine, and you keep your 20, and I keep my 20 for whatever I want to buy, boots and at Christmas or whatever.
See,
Nah, we can't. No, we'll have our.
But no,
our
what I was gonna say
together.
though, in response, I'm just joking, y'all. What I was gonna say, well, not really. I was gonna say in response to Trill though, is that statistically, women make less money though, Trill, over the course of their lifehood because of childbearing, and if they're doing it the right way, staying with their kids at least to like 2 or 3, women are never going to make as much money as you when at the end of our lives. So like you paying more, like you should pay more. Not only do you make more, you work longer, so you should pay more. You know
right.
what
And
I'm saying? You have the ability to go out and work when she gets pregnant and she's on maternity leave and they're paying her. You know what I mean? And if 3, 4 kids, I don't know, but
I want to walk around pregnant and
the
barefoot.
statistics show by the end of your life, you make significantly more just because of those reasons, on top of women being paid less. So, I mean, I think you should pay a little more.
But that percentage that you're not bringing that is equal, you could do it with your Ephra at the house.
See, but I think this is hey Kayla,
Facts, 'cause that's also cost money.
Hold up, Kayla. Shout out to you. Right? I think it's all facts. I think what she's saying is all facts, but this is like look at how we think about how we even go into a relationship with a person we so-called love.
Yep.
We are supposed to be for each other, but in the back of your mind, you're thinking, man, how you know what I'm saying? I don't want him to touch this money. I don't want her to fuck with this dough, bro. Nah, dog. This all me over here, doggy.
But listen, Ricky, if the man is making more than you, why wouldn't a woman want to add to his so she can have more?
And that's my point. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying that as us, right? Like it's like we start relationships already breaking them up.
No, but you're not right. You're not right.
Really? Because
hold up. Now,
if you're doing your 80 and I'm doing my 80.
Can I get a little bit of respect on this bitch? Hold up, wait 1 minute.
You will after me.
Hold on, wait.
Slow down. No.
I don't know
what's wrong with y'all.
I gotta
lately. Let me finish my
Hold
thought,
up,
bro.
Rick. I'm finna get off. You've been cooking all night. Hold up. We got you. Hold on. We got you, Ricky. I'm finna get off. I just came to address one thing. God damn. Can I please, Ricky? I'll see your chat, nigga shirt. Please. Hey, please, Ricky. All right, fucking go, Ricky. He mad at me. I ain't trying to be mad, man.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Look, the thing is, Queen Sheba, you're right, but you're wrong. The jobs that traditional women did, what were they? They was wifely duties that they was good at. They got paid for. They took care of kids. They cleaned houses. They was the masters at being wives. So much the masters that white people paid them for it over their women. You know what I'm saying? To the point that they breastfed. So the whole concept of traditional women work, yes. But what did they do? Was they construction workers? Was they astronauts? Did they work on the T model? No, they didn't do that. They were selected because they was excellent at being wise. So now let's get to the other point that
Can I answer that real quick? I'll take just a couple of seconds. First of all,
there was no question, it was just a statement. You know what I'm saying? It was a statement. I ain't put a question mark into that. You know what I'm saying? You see the difference? And because I gotta go. Rick already mad at me. He got the hand.
No, I'm cool. I'm listening, bro. I'm listening.
The thing is this. Y'all heard me say this a lot. Niggas go into these so-called partnerships. Oh, did you see what I said? I didn't say relationships. I said partnerships. They go into these partnerships wanting a motherfucker to pay half. They be wanting to get over. Oh shit, we go half on the rent, half on the groceries, half on the light bill, half on the cable, and now I got more money to fuck off of my homeboys. That's a partnership. And then they get mad at women getting equal vote. That's why I walk out my building and the PlayStation about to hit me upside my head, because the nigga upstairs going 50-50 with a hoe, and then she got just as much control as he got. So when you walk out them buildings, if you stand in a tower, watch out. PlayStations will come and fly.
All you gotta do is unplug it, Logic.
Say that again.
I said all you gotta do is unplug it.
No,
I think he means like a woman throwing the PlayStation and you out.
No, she just taking it. She overboard. She have control. I didn't seen it in relationships where women is 50-50. That's a partnership. It's not a relationship.
yeah.
She gets as amount of control as he do. Now, if she cook and take care of the kids, it's no longer a partnership. She have majority control.
Actually, because she doing 2 jobs and you doing 1.
Doing 2 jobs and you doing 1. Because how it was is the man is a provider, and then she take care of that household. It was the fuck was that?
Oh, my bad.
It was 100-100. She had 100% responsibility for the household. He bought in the resources to manage that household and take care of that household. He bought the resources and gave dick. She took care of the resources and took dick. That was the basic rule. Niggas broke it. Trying to get somebody to go half on a damn light bill. Finally, I'm gonna end on this. The plan. I heard somebody y'all talking about that. Excellent. It's good. When these niggas present y'all, do they present y'all with plan or they present y'all with potential?
Potential.
I'd like a Google slide with the plan.
Is you ready? you know my nose deep.
I'm just joking. Not really.
Women pick the wrong P. They pick potential. They go with these dudes that don't have a solidified plan. And then how can somebody lead without a plan? I was in the military 22 years. Doctrine leads everything. That's a plan. You cannot lead without doctrine. So these niggas can't lead you nowhere if they don't even understand what a plan is. Next time a nigga try to slide some dick in you, just ask him, hey, what's your plan for me? And watch you shut the fuck up.
Before or after? I'm just wondering.
Well, if you fuck with me, do it after. But if other nigga do it before. But no, you should do it before. Women should ask a nigga for his plan.
What should that sound like?
No, that's Patreon level game in my answer voice. I'm playing though. But no, it is that he should have his idea of what he want with you, what he want with kids, and what he want with your box. If he can't present that to you, then you're basing everything off the potential that he might one day get a plan, off the potential that he one day might get his shit right, off the potential that one day he might get successful. But if he have a plan, it's solidified. And you can't say, I plan on owning a business. You can't put that in a plan. Oh, I hope to be a barber one day. I want to go to barber school. I wanted to get a degree. Because if he having a plan, if he don't have a plan, then he don't have no business being in a relationship. All right. Thank you for having me, Trill.
Nah, that's all. I appreciate you clapping in, bro.
Hey,
Piggyback off that really quick.
Hey, Ricky,
Mhm.
I'm your me and you, Batman and Robin. We're gonna go against.
No, we ain't that. That's them two up there.
All
Right?
right, bro.
Can I finish my point? Or right? Okay. So, like I was saying, is that, and and like I said, you was correct. Kayla was correct. Queen Sheba was correct, right? And y'all did do jobs, but they still took care of the house. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand that roles change. If you choose not to be a tradition in a traditional relationship, that's cool. But again, that respect level and expectation should be set correctly in that relationship. That's why I keep saying we need to have different conversations. You know what I'm saying? And on the money part, I'm just saying that again, if money is the basis, again, I think everybody says, and shout out to my boy Ebon, he said everybody say marriage is a business, but how many of y'all good at business? How many of y'all got to understand how this business is supposed to work? What's the dividends? What's the payouts? What's the overhead? Right? So again, we not having real conversations. We going into relationships to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Everybody sitting waiting on the next party to do something, right? When none of y'all define what it's supposed to be. And that's the real problem. Don't nobody want to take care of. And again, you pointing at the man because he's not setting the stage, but then the man pointing at you because you're not setting the correct expectation.
Mm.
And then what end up happening? Both of y'all sitting in the quicksand watching the years go by. And then what happened? Y'all break up for whatever reason because the spite been building up over years, and then somebody's a victim. And then both of y'all starting over with less than what you had. But like I said, and I'll say it before, what do I know?
Can I ask? I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, Lucky. Well, I was actually about to come to you anyway to get your take on the providing. You're the only one that hadn't went, but you can go ahead, ask a question.
I feel like everybody said everything. I just want to add to it what everybody is saying. I don't know which person said he provides a foundation, and I think I don't know which person. Sorry, but from the foundation, everybody really pretty much said what the foundation was, and I just want to add to the fact that once a man is providing that, she has a peace of mind. She can be soft. She can be relaxed. She can be content. And I think most of the time we see women who aren't content with the spaces that they're in their households. I do not agree, Trill, that women can't cook. That is a lie, in my opinion, because as long as you have YouTube where they have recipes, what the hell? You can't follow some recipe, write it. Like there's no such thing. They don't want to. So I think that a woman, if she meets him, you ever seen those movies and stuff when a man coming over that she knows is a provider, he's the man that she wants, she gonna put something in the oven, she gonna figure it out. She gonna call her mama, she gonna pull all the stops. So the thing is that men are not in their place where a woman wants to do those things. And I like what Logic said, because we keep saying traditional, but when we're talking, I don't really like the 50-50, because like my dad always tell me it should be 100-100. You do your job 100%. I do my job 100%. You shouldn't be focusing on, hey, I'm doing this much. Let me focus on what she's doing. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, it's nothing your partner can say as far as what isn't being met. So I think that a lot of the times, if we go into it thinking 50-50, we're pretty much waiting on the other person to provide their 50 to create, you know what I'm saying, to make it equal. So I think that it should never be equal. You do 100% your job. I do 100% mine. Now it's up to him to create an environment and let her know what it is. Okay, so like Security Boss said, based on how they met, we know most men today cannot afford to pay all of a woman's bills. So if he can afford to pay the rent, and maybe he has a car note or whatever the case may be, with her money, why isn't she investing toward what Queen Sheba saying? Maybe you have an investment plan where I don't want to work, or I want to make sure my man can make enough money so that I don't work. How do I add to investing? What do I have to put my money into to make that happen? So I think most of the time we act like she's not supposed to do nothing with her money. If a man has a plan, he also has a plan on what she's doing with her money. There is no, I'm just going shopping. I know households where they never knew the dad never bought none of them for Christmas because that's what the mother's money was for. It was for the other stuff that, you know what I'm saying, whatever it was, whatever the relationship was. So I think when we always compare to other culture when we want to judge our women, but we're not looking at the family. When you go into the Asian communities, you see the husband doing nails along with the women. We know in our community, men are not doing nails. They're not doing hair. They're not doing all of that stuff because we have an ego as well. We're too prideful to do certain things when it comes to a family. Then when we look up, we wonder why all these communities are ahead of us because they understand that it's a bigger purpose other than I love you, you make me feel fuzzy, and all this stuff. I'm sure in their households, I don't really like when women say, you know, I cook, I clean, because if you by yourself, you have to cook and clean. So I don't like to use those things as if it's something that your job is. But if we both work and we both can afford a cleaning lady, we both can afford whatever it is, then you make it happen. I don't think those become the jobs anymore, if that makes sense. I think it just depends on the plan and what is the bigger goal. I think a man should have his plan and then she should add to it. I don't think a woman should come in saying, well, what do you think about this plan and changing it? Her ideas should be adding to it because we understand women and a lot of times help men out when it comes to paperwork, when it comes to making phone calls. We're really good at those type of things that some men have short patience over. So if you can find those type of things together, she do 100% her job. He does 100% his. I think we're on a roll. But trying to get caught up into who doing what you doing in your job, I think that just makes it complicated because if you just look at other cultures and why they're ahead of us, why their dollar is circulating better than ours, they got something going on when it comes to a family, a community, and a household. Even their children at a certain age has an LLC. They bringing in money in. I talked about it a while ago on my channel. Their children have companies such as laundromats. They have vending machines. They have things where they're doing it and putting their kids in place. So by the time our kids get here, we have a whole tribe coming out of here. This is our plan to make sure our family is secure and set and add into society. So I just wanted to add that.
It's funny you said that, Lucky, because I lost my nail guy like that. And I think it kind of goes, I lost him. It kind of goes back to what Queen Sheba says, like whoever gets there first, right? So she was able to secure them both to do nails at this nail salon, you know what I mean? And they were doing that to build towards what he wanted to do, which was a restaurant. And once they got there, they both quit and they both went and worked at the restaurant. And I lost my nail guy and I still haven't found anyone good since.
And then they get to hire people and then they're running out and then you come.
Exactly. They have a plan.
So how do we as the Black community get to that space? Because it can't just be on the women that think like that. It also
I think Security Boss can speak to that as someone that has like a business with her husband. I mean, I don't know if Trill or Ricky have businesses with their wives or do anything like that.
I do think that we can get there, but us as women have to change our mindsets. We have to know that our men are very valuable. Even if they're not demonstrating it or you don't readily see it, because sometimes it's not something that we do in the physical. It's not something that they can show you physically. A man's purpose is so much greater than helping you clean the house and cook. He's there to provide and protect. And sometimes women act as that balance or that added asset to that man to make him be that best man that he can be. But you have to give him that amount of respect and in order for him to do it. But it requires us changing our mindset. It requires us having the ability to sacrifice. And I don't think that's what women in 2022 want to do because they are so successful and they've been told that this is what they should do. And you can help your husband better this way if you make 6 figures or what have you, then they don't want to sacrifice. They want everything in the beginning. And that's just not usually how a marriage will grow and be successful. It should be a building process because you have to get to know the individual. You have to become one with the man. So that requires some adjusting. If you come in already built or you think you're already built, then you're not going to work well with someone else.
Well, I think a lot of women don't want to be the come up woman. They don't want to be the come up woman who helps a man build to where he get, and then
you talking about Bernadine.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not
this
saying
has happened.
You hear men say that. They'll say
this happens all the time.
I actually, with my following, I actually had to talk to a young lady. She built with this man until he came up And then he went and was like, I'm gonna go get the girl that I really want. And like that's every woman's fear of like, I done built with you, I wasted my youthful years building with you as a wife and doing my duties, only for you to get to a point in your life where the stakes are higher, the options are bigger. You know, the women that you didn't have access to, that once you already made, are now available and now an option to you. And you looking at your wife like, deuces, like, you know, you start to step out of the marriage and start pursuing women that you really actually desired or lust after. That's a lot of women, when I talk to them, that's a woman's biggest fear. So when you hear things like, you know, be there to help him build his plan out, that sounds very scary to a lot of women. And you could say vet out the right man, but a lot of women feel confident that they vetted out this good man. They feel very confident about that until that man gets there. And somebody even said, you don't know a man until that man has money. Like,
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just
different
want
type of
to
money.
add something to that, right? Because I don't want to lose it. I don't think it's a woman's job to vet a man. I think a woman should align herself with her creator and find out what a wife is. And then a good man or her man will find her. I don't think women should be trying to figure out, is this man good for me? Is this man good for me? And I don't think women should be building their success or their name around their job and how much money they have, because we're out of our role when we do that. So you're going to walk into a relationship with issues, because you're always going to be looking for someone to measure up. Because what is it all about? Remember, I said earlier, never supersede the marriage. Money should never supersede the marriage. So even if you put your money somewhere in a bank and never touched it, that man is still the man. He's still the man. So if you being his wife allows him to fully operate in his purpose, what would be wrong with that? What would be wrong? And in his purpose, he finds that you're not the woman that he thought you were. That's just something that happened. But
There's nothing wrong with that. But I think, B. Taylor, you have to understand that it's a risk. Like it's always going to be a risk, because people, like I said earlier in the show, are ever changing, and some people just change with somebody that you didn't know. But that's also why I advocate for keeping, like, you know, how you pay yourself first. That's why I advocate for that, because like feeling like all of you is fully dependent, and if he leaves, you just don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Like having something, just something, so that you can just go all in. And if it doesn't work out, at least I have a little something here so I won't be on the streets. And just go all in and just take the risk. Yeah, and if you lose, you're going to lose a lot, but at least you're not going to be on the street. You know what I'm saying? And you can rebuild with the next guy and like his loss.
I want to jump in real quick.
It's a risk you have to take.
But losing doesn't take away her gift. She said, you said you have a gift of creativity. And you say you're a journalist. You losing your mate doesn't take that away. You're still who you are. So even if you had to start over, which I don't think that you will, because if you build and invest in your husband and you becoming one with that man, that's like a death. People don't want to die. I mean, but you have to walk it out. It can't be about you. It has to be about the marriage. And that's why I begin by saying the mindset has to change. Because right now your focus is on being single and married. You have to be married and married. You can't bring a single woman's mindset into a marriage and think it's going to work, because it won't. It has to be now, okay, this man, I'm married. This is about him. This is about us. This is what we're going to do. But he's going to create that plan, and I'm going to help him execute it. We're going to walk this thing out together. And guess what? His plan is going to include you. It's not going to take away from you.
Security
it's going to include you.
So let me tell you one thing. As you were saying that, I agree wholeheartedly. And as you were saying that, I was thinking about the women that follow me. I think a lot of women are selfish. I think a lot of women are selfish out of self-protection, because a lot of women are scorned. They've been scorned since they were little girls when their dad left them. They don't have trust for men that way. They look at their mothers, they look at their aunts, they look at the family members, and they say, my step family side, there's actually no men except my dad in that family. they don't even have examples of men that stuck around in that entire family except my father. That's generations, and that curse just keeps going and going and going and going. My stepmother stopped that curse by marrying my father. So for a lot of women, they don't feel like they can afford to risk that. And they have to be selfish to protect themselves. That is the biggest problem. I don't know what the solution is, but I can speak on behalf of those type of women why they think the way they do.
It's fear, B. Taylor. My friend literally told me the other day that this guy was too nice.
Can Rona get a mic check though? Can Rona get a mic check real quick though? You've been waiting for a minute.
Please, Ronan, please have it right this time. Please, come on.
Yes, Alex, I agree.
Right now.
You're good.
Perfect. There you go.
God. Shit.
All right.
B. Taylor, let me give you a solution really quick. The solution to that is the women that you're speaking of, they're missing out on wholeness and peace in a relationship because two are always better than one. So they need to get the counseling that's required to get them to another point in their life because they're stuck. They're stuck as children in the immaturity that wherever they were left or where they experienced that trauma. And it's really time to get over it. And we need to guide them in that direction. But I've seen some of these panels and I got to ask you something. This is a little bit off, but I got to ask you. Last week, I heard you call someone a mammy. And I was quite offended because I always wanted to know what type of woman would call another woman a mammy. Because I get it all the time in my comment section.
You don't have to answer that.
For a minute, let me ask the question. I get it all the time in my comment section, but in the comment section, you never see a face. You never know who this person is. And I was so shocked to hear that from you because just the week before that, I was so proud of you because you was willing to have a conversation with another man about, hey, listen, how can we put this back in the road? Or that was what my takeaway was, is you were talking to we need to talk. And y'all were having a very good conversation. But last week I heard you call someone a mammy. We're not.
Let me jump in before we go down a rabbit hole, and I want you ladies to come back to that. So to take it back to what we were talking about, let me go back to the dating phase
in general because
also we talk about success in marriages. We jump straight to marriages. Hold on, give me a second.
You, B. Taylor.
Security.
We have to
let you talk for a while.
Together also.
We have for a while.
And value for each other so we can get this thing back in.
So let me finish.
That's all I needed to say.
And I'll be more than happy to let you finish. So just to answer, stay on topic, and I promise I'll give it back to you. I promise. But before we lose our train of thought and go down a rabbit hole, the question is, how do you, whatever the question was. So I want to just talk about from the dating aspect. How do you bridge that gap? How does a woman not go too far? I think when a woman is fearful of going too far, she's given too much. I think you have to measure that. And I think we're talking about from a husband and a wife relationship, but you don't start off as husband and wife. You start off as courting, then you advance to fiance, and then you become a wife and or a husband. So we skip all of that, right? We don't answer those questions. We just go, this is what you do as a husband. This is what you do as a wife. If you go back to dating, and the question is, what does a woman need to do? Don't shy away from pouring into him. If you have something of value to give to that man, and you can do it without being fearful, pour into him. If you can do that from a healthy place. I'm huge into medicinal marijuana. I'm not a smoker, but I started investing in 2009, turned my husband on to it while we were dating. So whether he left or whether he stayed, that had nothing to do with my value as a woman. And from that moment of pouring into each other in a courtship, it led to a very healthy marriage. And we continued to pour into each other, right? That's just one example that I wanted to give of when you're dating, both men and women, and how you shift and how you stand out to begin to say, is this somebody I want to continue this with? Or if this is just something. So the pouring into each other. And I just wanted to give that example because a lot of times we skip straight to marriage. This is what you're supposed to do in your marriage. But what about the in-between?
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you for that.
It's a good question because everybody want to get there, but it's like
how do you
this road? It's like Hollywood. There are many roads to fame. It's like there are many roads to marriage. Which one gonna work best for you, your life, your values? I mean, who got the answer? So.
Yeah, everybody's different. You got to just find what's like what works for you.
I wanted to respond to B Taylor's question. And
what was my question? I'm sorry.
Well, you said like what could be done. I said,
okay.
We got to stop providing excuses to protect our negative narratives, both men and women. Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to love, when it comes to relationships, we talk about not just a business. You have to be a fucking fighter. If you set that standard, what are you standing on? That's that ground. That's that foundation. What's worth fighting for? Your reputation, your respect. You're supposed to have the communication on a regular basis. And I agree with everybody was saying, no one's having the right conversation. We're talking around things. We're having this goofy wish list that Santa's going to bring. But we have to talk about adversity. We're dealing with things like inflation right now. We're dealing with things like the increase of rent, things of that nature. We got to be realistic about how we move out here. Of course, you want certain things, but what are you both willing to do to build those things? Do you both come together and have a plan? Do you don't have things that you want to achieve inch by inch in increments? We have to evolve ourselves from this instant gratification mindset, because that's been destroying not just the relationships, but ourselves in general. Some guy should not be working himself to dust just for a Birkin bag, which is going to go out of season within a week or two. Same thing with a woman. She shouldn't be whoring herself out, trying to keep a dude or drag a dude to respectability because he's looking for another mother to sleep with. That's where we have to get back to the trenches in. If we're talking about relationship, the courting process is that audition. And we have to be honest, there's a whole lot of shitty actors out here standing on stage just looking to be seen rather than know the script, give an Oscar performance, and earn that award at the end to be remembered. You just got to be honest with ourselves.
I do think that there's one other thing that we're forgetting that people don't like to talk about, because people always say, oh, you got to give it time and all this extra stuff. You know, it was a conversation with my brother about like, should he move in with his girlfriend, but the way that we were raised, like we don't shack, right? The only time I've ever lived with a man was during an engagement, during planning a wedding. And so a lot of people are doing like trial marriages with easy exits. Like, you can move in here, we can play house, you're my ride or die. But really you're trialing them out, right? And you have an easy exit because there's a paperwork involved in this. Okay, we're both on a lease, we could break it for $3,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, so instead of people actually fully getting into it where you're cuffed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you need to give everything that you need to give to make sure this works. You have an easy out when you're playing. And like, that's one thing I don't like. Like, guys try to play with me. Like, I'm not moving in with you. I'm not like, do you want to get married? 2 years, a year, it's long enough. What do you want to do? And so looking at those numbers too, most men want to like drag you through the mud for 5 years before they give you a ring. And it's just like, no, you know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of women, like y'all say, oh, the married numbers are not there. Yeah, they're not. But like, of my 5 friends right now, 2 of them are married, but you would think all of them are married because they all live with their men and they all do what wives do. I go over there for dinner. They're not married though. And when she was talking to me about that the other day, and I told her, you need to get a life insurance policy if he's not going to marry you. Absolutely. You need to do something because you gave up your own space. Like, I don't know. It's a lot of people that are living in that limbo space. And I think that's also unhealthy for the women in the relationship. Like the security, mental, emotionally, like I am yours and I'm investing all of this. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm rambling at this point.
I get what you're saying. It just respond, Carol. I get what you're saying. But the first divorce we need to happen, we need to divorce ourselves from everybody else's script. What they got going on is what the fuck they got going on. Y'all got to have that personal powwow. Like, okay, this is where we at, how we moving. And you have to have actionable results to show, okay, I can trust this person to take this next step. And it gets easier step by step. We have to prove to each other quarterly, daily, on a regular basis. And not no competition type of thing. But if we're investing time, resources, and everything into each other, everyone's looking for a return on investment. Let's just be honest with that. We're not talking about 6 figures and whatnot, because in a minute you're gonna see all that little wishful thinking is gonna fucking kick you in the ass. It just is. But what is this person gonna do in those crunch times? How are they gonna act in that 2-minute warning type of shit? In person and in private. So we just have to stop playing these games with each other. Stop, well, such and such is doing this. You don't know everything they're doing. Some of them might be scamming. Some might be on their way to the feds. In many reasons. So again, living vicariously through somebody else's example, you take what you see, the good parts, bad, and you apply that to what you guys got going on. Run your own narrative.
No, and I 100% agree with that, Ronan. But I think that men have a perspective sometimes where I've heard, like, I'm not financially where I want to be to get married. That's the number one excuse, right? But as Security Boss said earlier, if we're willing to build with you when you starting out here, then you should be willing to do the same. You don't need to have all this money to get married to the woman that you say that is your ride or die. You don't have to be wherever y'all will get there. But there's a lot of men that use that excuse. I don't know if that's just an excuse because they don't want to get married, but they'll use that excuse all the time. Like, I'm not where I want to be and I'm not, but you with me and you want me to be off the market, but I'm not really off the market. So you shelve me.
Agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so men holding other men accountable, like, what are you doing?
No, but that's not our job to hold that. That's your job as his woman to hold him accountable.
That too, but I mean, yeah.
Hold on. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Like, we all got to acknowledge our parts in the game, sis.
Yes.
Right. The truth of the matter is that if he's not where you want him to be, you shouldn't be with him, and vice versa. Right. I just feel this way. Like, if you not ready to get married, why y'all together? Yeah. Especially when you later in life and y'all already shacking up and splitting bills and doing that. What's the difference? Right. The difference is, again, is the trust. You don't trust that person. So if you don't trust them to marry them, why are you with them?
I agree with Ricky saying, because it gets down to, like, are you willing to play house? Or are you really putting your cards on the table? Do you know yourself before you get to these little fake relationships?
Kayla, all you got to do is preserve your box, preserve yourself, and you will figure out what that man wants.
And agree.
It's that simple. You don't need to.
That's absolute facts too.
If you want to be married and he's not talking married, preserve your box, and you'll either run him away or he'll get on the pot, ask you to marry him, and y'all be married in 6 months. It doesn't take 2 or 3 years to figure out if she's the right one.
And I agree with Security Boss.
I agree.
Too many people are willing to invest and waste time on living a lifestyle.
I agree. That's easy for me. But when these women have children with these men, that's another thing.
But that's
it's like
that's poor vaginal mismanagement.
Okay, hold on. Because men make promises, right? And people get comfortable.
No.
But when women have children with these men, it's like, I don't want to break up my family because he doesn't want to pop the question when we live together and we have this family unit. So there's nuances. So like, I receive what Ronan's saying for me as a childless woman, but
let's be brutally honest, Kayla, a lot of people give too many people leeway to bullshit them.
Yep.
We tell them to lie that they are comfortable living.
Right.
That gray area is where the mistakes happen, y'all. The gray areas is that's where the lies play and where the mistakes happen. So to use Kayla's point, right? Yeah, you pregnant to a man you're not married to. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You get pregnant to a man you're not married to. Whereas again, if you had the priority again that, hey, we starting off this thing right, then the question wouldn't have to be asked. It'd have been answered. Yeah. Right? And the truth of the matter is, at the end of the day, y'all control that access. Y'all control who comes into this world.
And Ricky, you are exactly right, because even if she had one child and she made a oops baby, we can't live in chaos all our life. She got to correct that problem. And then at that point, if he still don't want to commit, then preserve the box. Stop. We can't just continue to do the same thing and think that he's going to respond differently. We got to do something different. So hold out, get rid of him, do whatever you got to do.
Security Boss, like when it comes down to it, everybody needs to. I said the whole thing about being perfectly flawed. Some people come in with children. Some people came in with certain decisions or miscorrections.
Right.
But as a couple, you work together in tandem to course correct as a couple. Like, okay, we're breaking these curses here and there. We've been in this bastard position, but with our two heads together, you see things that I don't see, and vice versa. We provide protection and security as we move forward.
Right.
Not just sitting there and making excuses and going further into the trench.
There you go.
All right, real quick, man. We still got one more clip to play. I'm definitely enjoying the conversation for sure, man. So I appreciate everybody. Real quick, man. Salute to my brother in the building, man. The Peace JR, my dog. If y'all not tapped into the Peace Network, man, what the hell is y'all doing? Make sure y'all tap in and subscribe. Salute the bro for coming through here, showing love, man. You already know what time it is. Hold on, let me see. Salute Biggin coming through with 20 ball. He says, so staying at home, not doing anything, but on social media all day, not doing anything productive is now being called quote unquote creative to modern women today. No, I'd rather keep it pushing to something better.
Man, my friend Kayla make a lot of money doing mom creative content on social media with her little girl every day.
It's a lot of money, and like mom
doing mom content is a money maker. So I guess it's not creative enough.
I think that would be considered
Hey, so do
productive.
it. No, sorry, Lucky. Go ahead. Look.
No, I was just saying I think that would be considered productive because you're doing something that's bringing something positive to the household. I think they mean like if you just scrolling and you're not doing anything but in other people's business. That's just how I read it. Cause like, but who's calling non-productivity creative?
Yeah, this is what Queen Shiva said. Like, women were still working. I remember my grandma, she was doing bakery. And like, if she was doing bakery and selling it online, like that, it makes money. Like, if you're doing that, like, I agree with Lucky when you're like just doing this and not cleaning, not doing anything at all. Yeah. Of course, that's not being productive. But like, if you're doing something, even if you're like teaching, for example, you could be teaching another language. Hey, you're still doing it from home. You're still making something. You're still being productive.
I agree. Let's keep this thing pushing, man. This Logic donated before he even came on stage, man. Hey, Batman, Robin.
Hey, tell him I still need that second T-shirt, Logic. You ain't getting out of here that easy. I need that second T-shirt, bro.
Yeah, man. Salute to bro, man. If y'all ain't tapped into the merch, man, keep it funky, man. Them T-shirts cold as hell, man. Y'all see me with it on the last part, so make sure y'all show up and support bro now. Wrong on stage, bro, nigga, guy, super bro. Podcasting tired and go podcasting fun. Be it for better. I'm glad you got that sorted out. I think it was struggle streaming going on. What y'all said? James Ramon Jones. I got it. Now I'm practicing my Japanese. I seen y'all said it wasn't Mandarin. It's Japanese. I got y'all. James Ramon Jones with the 10 ball says, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of every woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. Corinthians 11:3. Love that smile, Robin. All right, see again. Y'all go with that religion. Building 237 says, Trill, can you invite Just Pearly to the show? Look, man, it's open access, man. If Pearly want to pull up, she's more than welcome to pull up to this platform. Salute to her. Alex with the 10 ball. Men don't get to say, quote unquote, I'm tired. Facts. Logic again says, after Mr. Logic talk about plans, now all these dudes got plans. Logic was right.
It's not about plans. It's about taking action on said plans. Dated action. Because I know a lot of dudes with plans. They ain't doing nothing.
That's a fact, man. Red in the
Plans
building.
are potential.
Up here we go. Wrong P. Y'all say wrong P. Red in the building with the 10 ball. 50-50 is not literally 50-50. Example, if I'm paying the $2,000 house note and $800 car costs, my woman can cover groceries, cable, light bill, and the man will always pay more. I agree. That goes with what I said.
Except for if you have 3 boys.
Which is cool. Like I said, as long as she's giving the effort. See, with me, it's not so much about the money. It's the effort. Like, I don't want to be paying all these bills and you just sitting around looking pretty, spending my money all day, and then tucking your money that you got coming in as a escape fund, which is what happens a lot. If we gonna keep it G, but that's another conversation for another day. Black skin
I
with
have no idea
with
what
the
y'all
10
talking
ball. A beautiful black woman is a testimony of a black man's greatness.
Yep.
Birth of a newer 13th rib. No good black man wants to destroy you. They want to guide you to better understanding about love and goodness. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Keep it funky, Logic again. Manage my resources and pop that P. That is the blueprint. That nigga crazy as hell.
Yeah.
Red again. B. Taylor. Women fear that, but how often does that happen to women? That actually happens to men more, in terms of you saying man leaving you to go upgrade to another woman. That is a fact.
Women do
It
think
doesn't
That's a
happen
fact
more.
there.
It's
That's a
probably
fact
50-50.
well, when
No,
a woman,
No,
when
it's
a woman
not.
makes
That's
more
divorce
money,
rates say
a
otherwise.
false dichotomy. It's not 50-50.
It's not.
No.
But where
Divorce
is that
rates
a fact?
say it's landsliding. It's like 80-something% in
Mm.
terms of women filing for divorce. So no, it's not close. Women leave marriages more than men do.
But I
No,
thought
it's not. It's not leaving marriages, but like leveling up, then leaving.
right.
What
right.
women are leveling up and making significantly more money and leaving
Once
you,
he's
or
reached a certain
happen
level,
to run into an NBA player and leaving you? You know what I mean? Usually, when women are divorcing men, they're not getting alimony; they're getting $800 a month in child support. What are they? What are they? You know what I'm saying? Like what? How, even though they're filing for divorce, they're not leveling up by filing divorce. They're losing usually.
No. But again, I think you're speaking more to the point of like
Someone
getting to
else?
an aspect and then leaving. Fact is that you agreed to marry that man. Now his $136 in child support speaks volumes to the salary that you agreed to marry. So let's not slander on the back end. It was good on the front end. Let's keep that consistent. You understand me? But I think they speaking to just again leaving the relationship, and women do that more often than men. That is a fact. But Alice with the 10 ball. B. Taylor, is not self-protection, it's fear. Most black women's whole approach to men these days is fear.
it's fear for a reason.
It's a lot of fear out here. That's why you
Yeah,
gotta stay out
it is.
social
Fear
media.
for a reason.
Stop reading these people's stories. Stay off social media because you will be traumatized.
Okay.
Just
Okay,
don't get
man.
on there.
Web Slinger with the 20 ball, man. We appreciate you.
Like this team.
Says women don't want to be the come up woman, but reach their goals and be like, if you ain't fucking with me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Guys feel that way too. I rarely seen a finish line woman being taken seriously.
Say that again.
They get married.
No, they don't.
They get the bag. They get the ring. Did y'all not see that video of that what is it? NBA NFL wife saying that his money every time he get his NFL check is her money. She in that big ass
The
mansion.
exception is not the
that
rule.
big ass mansion with her fixing her coffee off his paycheck. Yes, she said that's her money.
I don't know about the Finnish woman, but they get the propel woman. Like they have the let me get up here. Okay, now I'm here. Now it's time to grow.
And
they
what's
get somebody there, and then they skyrocket with that person.
And what's the chances that that's going to be one of y'all?
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying some
You
things
see
I've
what I'm
seen.
saying? Like, what's the chances? Like, I hear what y'all saying. Listen, I understand the fear, right? But fear is, false evidence appearing real, right? Again, you maybe never want to go through it, but just like B. Taylor said, it's a real fear because you make it real. But the truth, why are we comparing ourselves to 99% of the population ain't never going to touch your experience?
No.
We do it every day by the way of the questions that we answer and ask on this platform. So what are we talking about?
And the lies we live.
Okay, so listen, I want to ask a question. Is it really fear or is it just influence? I mean, have you women actually experienced the things that you are actually fearful of? Or are you basing it on what your girlfriend said?
Are you talking to single women or married women?
Like single, whatever the fear is of getting married. I think that's what B. Taylor was speaking of. I mean, is it a fear that you have because you
I said fear to get married? I didn't say fear to get married.
Well, fear to be in a relationship. I thought that's what we were talking about. If
No,
not,
I said fear to end up being the come up woman, not fear to get married or fear to be in a relationship. It was the fear of being in a come up woman.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna ask the question using that. So, is that your fear because you've already had this happen to you, or are you basing it on something that you heard other women say?
I don't talk about my personal life anymore, but I'll just say that this is what other women have said.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So this is kind of like a made up fear because
No,
it didn't
it's not
happen.
a made
Not
up
for
fear.
me. I'm not going to talk about my personal
it
life
didn't
either.
Yeah, I'm
But
not going
for
to talk
me,
about my
that's
personal life, but I
a
can
personal
speak on it.
experience that I've seen in my direct family, and so
What
you
I'm
know.
trying to say is that a lot of times we base our fears, quote, fears on things that other women say have happened to them, and it really hasn't happened in our life.
Are
It
you a
is
psychiatrist, or you're just basing that off of like experience?
talking to a lot of women, experiencing a lot of life, just hearing
So
different
you're going
things.
off of experience as well, just like we
Yeah,
are,
right.
or we're going off of what we see.
Oh, that's what I asked. I'm saying, is this something that was
No,
the
I didn't
exact
get into.
question?
Me and Kayla didn't get into our personal lives, but we're
I'm
basing
not
it off
asking
of what
personally
we
either,
saw
per
as
se.
well.
I'm saying, do you think these women are basing these fears off of things that happen to them, or is it the influence of girlfriends, social media, and the news and things of that nature?
For the most part, I think it's in tandem.
I think it's trauma. I think it's
it's in tandem. It's a little bit of both.
It comes from trauma, because if we want to talk about whether it be like experiences, like just for me, I talk about a personal experience. I don't care. A lot of the choices that I made was from trauma, whether it being what I seen happen to my mom, what relationships, cousins relationships, things like that. When you have trauma, like I just said on, I think it was on your show, Kayla, where it produces you not being able to trust because of certain things. So I think most of the time we are raised to, I don't want to say we're taught trauma. I think I said that before. We're taught trauma. So if we're saying like in a women's standpoint and you're fearful, it can either be fear because you've seen something happen. So now you're entering the dating or the relationship with caution because you don't want it to happen to you. So you're looking for signs. Or it could be something you've experienced as well that caused you to be fearful or act in a cautious way going forward. Because what she was saying was like the Bernadine wait and exhale, I'm leaving you for a white woman, or I'm leaving you for something better. Pretty much where I've always heard that, where women are fearful of, oh, if I give a man or I make a man better, he's going to do it for the next woman. Kind of like I warmed it up for her. So that's what I hear a lot of women say, whether it be an experience or something that was taught to them. It all comes from trauma of someone experiencing it and it being taught like, hey, girl, you dating him, you might want to do this. And now the advice you're getting from your homegirls, your family, is something that they've experienced, not necessarily you. This for me, just to help answer your question, just for
Exactly.
me.
It's not. So we're actually killing our own goodwill because of something someone else may have experienced or that we saw in a movie. It's not that we actually walked it out and it happened to us, because if it did, we probably could put parameters in place that it wouldn't happen again. So we're just fearful because of something someone else may have said or lived through that may have caused us trauma, or older women that may have said, because they never had a good relationship, never was introduced to a good man, all men are bad and black men do this and black men do that and no good black men. So we're basing everything off of, well, not everything, but a lot of these traumas are based off of other things that women have experienced, not necessarily ourselves.
I don't know if I believe that. I think it starts with people's fathers.
Sorry, babe. Go ahead.
To be honest,
I was going to say what's displayed, because we can just see the display of men as well and be fearful of the things of their opinions. Like you might be like, oh, he looks good. Then you hear an opinion that may sound like, see, that's that shit. You know what I mean?
Where is that coming from?
Because a lot of the times when we're a culture that's pretty much driven in the media, right? We everything that we see, it could be the things that's reflective. All men cheat didn't come from, I don't believe all men cheat, but I think it came from somewhere. Enough men have cheated on women for them to feel like it's a fear there. Especially then you come to spaces like this and you hear we exercise options, we do this, we do that. So then you have to figure out, like you said, a bigger purpose. But I'm just saying, speaking on the fear aspect, fear is always going to come from either something you've seen. I've never been in a cage with a shark. I've never encountered a shark, but I know I'm scared of that shit if it happened. I don't have to.
That would be a different situation.
You know what I'm just saying? Like sometimes you don't have to experience something to be fearful of it. But I think in some cases, is it really fear, or is you taking caution? Because you did say you go through something and then you learn, which then creates wisdom. You know,
that was the question. Is it really fear? Well, that was my question. Is it really fear, or is it something that was influenced, or something that we heard something somebody else went through, or did we actually experience it? Is it really fear? Because there are a lot of good men, a lot of good Black men, but when we bring these fears per se to the relationship, we just kill all our chances because we're basing it on the last one or the next one or what he possibly may do, but he's never done. But we're just killing all our chances by just thinking because he's Black that he's going to do that same thing.
We just have to do it afraid. Like, I've learned that lately. Like, I'm very much scared, but I'm gonna just do it afraid.
Yeah, because it may work out. It may not.
Yeah, and I was telling my friend that the other day. She said, "This guy's so nice. He's so great. Something must be wrong with him." And I'm like, "What?" Like, there's nothing wrong with him. And then this was a few weeks ago, and I said, "You're not gonna stop talking to him." I threatened her actually, and I was like, "This is a good man. You already made a mistake with your baby daddy. This is a good man. I met him. He's a good man." And she's just afraid that, like, don't create this fairy tale for me if this shit's not real. I can't take this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I think it's real, and I just
I just don't want women to continue to sabotage themselves
It's the
because
fear of being vulnerable to somebody who doesn't take care of it, being open with somebody who doesn't take care of it. I think men have that fear.
Inner battle. There you go. When you're
all right, I think
you're in a battle. Nice.
Fear topic is a great transition. Let me get finished paying these bills, man, and then we're gonna get to playing this video, and we're gonna speak on fear in terms of providing. But real quick, Villain 237 says, "Love to Security Boss. She adds real value to the platform." I would definitely agree, man. Salute to Security Boss for pulling up on us and sharing valuable information, especially in regard to marriage. I'm always here for that because I don't feel like that's spoken of a lot in these spaces. Stacey Anderson for 50 ball. We appreciate it. She says, "My husband and I grew our accounts from 5,000 to 40,000 each. It started by husband's electrical business. It's possible to build with a man and him not walk away when you are an asset. Love to my favorite podcast." Stacey, we appreciate you, man. You already know what time it is. Crusader Nation in the building. John Jones, the fireball. We not gonna answer SB question.
If I'm gonna respect the platform. If she has any further questions outside of the questions that are asked, she can come on my platform and we'll talk about it.
All right, there we have
Taylor
it.
TV, baby.
Make sure that y'all subscribe to B Taylor TV. There we have it. Not for the BS with the fireball. Who more shady toward women, men or women? Pay attention. Stay low and keep firing, Security Boss. Y'all hilarious.
I didn't mean to be shady. I just thought it was just inappropriate. That's all.
We can talk.
All right, man. We're gonna get to the next clip of the day. While we get into this clip, man, if y'all have not liked the stream, make sure y'all tap that like button, man. We appreciate everybody. Crusader Nation in the building. Going crazy, man. It's been a hell of a conversation. Salute to the panelists as always. Y'all always provide value. You already know it's love, man. All right, so we're gonna get to this clip. I want to get y'all response, and then y'all already know what the final question is gonna be, right? But I want to get y'all response to this clip first. We were speaking in terms of fear, in the aspect of providing. And you know, a lot of times, especially women in this era, like they out here working, they out here getting to their own bag, and it's a fear aspect in regards to depending on a man to provide for them. And I think LaToya Luckett spoke to this, so we're gonna play this clip, and I want to get y'all's reaction to what she had to say.
I didn't really get to see a man, a father, provide for me 10, 11, the years that you can remember, right? Not counting, of course, when you were in the marriage with my mom, but I don't remember seeing that. And now that I think of it, even in the way that I pick in relationships in men, I don't make it a point or a box to be checked that they have to provide for me. I provide for myself. I'm proud to be this independent woman who can provide for me, for myself and my kids, because I never have really been provided for by a man.
You can't give love unless you manifest love in yourself.
All right. She says she has issues with allowing a man to provide based upon the upbringing. What's y'all take on that, man? Was it some validity to what she said? Like, what does that type of thinking stem from? How common is it? I'm interested in hearing y'all response to that.
I just want to say shout out to production because my former coworker actually produced behind the scenes for her.
Nice.
Yeah.
But as with all videos, I know it. I ain't gonna yell out no names. Anybody who feels provoked to jump in is more than welcome.
So go ahead.
Go ahead, Kayla.
I can identify where she's coming from in terms of lack of having that. So the fear of like, what is that like? I think that's the perspective she's coming from. Like, what is that like? What does that even mean? Like, what does that look like? To me, it sounds like she doesn't fully even understand what that means and what that looks like. And so people fear the unknown. People fear giving someone else the reins, someone else the power. Even if they trust them in their decisions, they just don't know how to let go of the control. And it's kind of like control is from a place of fear. People who are controlling are fearful. They're like, I need to make sure I touch all the parts to make sure this goes good, instead of delegating and trusting the people they delegate to do their part. And so I can see that fear from her when she was talking about that. She seemed clueless in terms of what that even means. Like, what does that look like? Does that mean does that mean I let him tell me? Like, what do I let him tell me? Like, like she seemed confused. But coming from my perspective, I'm fearful because of that control, because of a history of giving someone that control. And now they feel like they control you and they use it to hurt you. Like, I'm not gonna, so there's lots of perspectives where that fear could come from, but her fear seemed like from a place of like, I don't even understand. I don't know what this is like. I don't know what it's like to even give that control away. So that's just what I observed.
I'll go after you. I like that you said that. The first thing I thought of was somebody I know who was in a marriage and they got evicted a few times because he had control over the bills and things like this. So she vowed that going forward, that would never happen. And she came from a household where the father left, and then the women are raised to think that under no circumstances you should always be financially secure and take care of yourself, because if he's gone, you don't want to be left with nothing starting over. Because we see, I don't know the percentage, I'm not speaking for percentage, but I do see enough women in society where they've been married, gave their life to the man, and then once she's up in age and they divorce, she has no skills. She can't get a job nowhere. She's too old to work. They want to hire the younger person. Maybe she's not as tech savvy. So there's situations where she has to get her life back because she allowed this man to control everything. So then it produces women having a mindset of, okay, if I can make sure that under all circumstances, I cannot allow this man to have control over my livelihood, because it's a risk. The fear we were just talking about of this not going well, because we understand all humans are flawed. I'm not saying it's right, but most of the time women operate in that because they want to be independent, not saying that they want to be independent from their man. I understand how it comes across. I don't need no man. I'm not talking about that independence. I mean financial independence, meaning that I have my own money. Not saying that it takes away from him, but I have my own money so that if anything happens to his job, anything happens to his leg, his back, anything where he's out, I understand that I can still be secure in the lifestyle that I want. So that's pretty much what I know just from my experience when women say something like that. I don't know if that's hers, but I also want to point out her husband was a dog. So, yeah.
I wanted to say that. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, Sarah. My apologies.
So, the first thing that came to mind is like, well, I don't know what type of providing or provision she's talking about, but if he wasn't present, she was not getting any type of security or, all the things that we were talking about. It's just not the financial part, but also she's insecure about it. And emotionally, she's not there. And that's why she's not trusting the man. So he wasn't providing for anything. And it's so easy to blame a woman, a single mother that was doing, what she could with the knowledge that she had. And I am looking at it from the other side where I have always been provided by my father. And I had to work when, I became a single mother. And honestly, I never had the chance to, and I would call it a privilege, to stay home with my daughter. So when the pandemic, and I was like, I don't want to go back to work. And I had to be honest with myself and think like, man, I really don't want to work. Like, I really don't want to go. I want to stay home with my kid. I want to, take care of her. And I think that's very important for us as women. Like, if we have that fear, and which is very, very, very valid, if we have that fear, to talk with the men and express that, look, I am fearful of this. Like, I don't want this to happen to me. And then that men should understand, that part. And if then based on their answer, of course, you're kind of seeing, what he's, remember the plan that he's supposed to have, then you're going to notice what's the plan. But I think this woman literally didn't have no protection of anything, no financial, emotional, mentally, physically, nothing. That's it.
Yeah, I think where it leads to is like, if we're using what she says as a guideline, as a legend, right? She didn't have her father there, so she never had an understanding of what it was. And
Yep.
people fear what they don't understand. Right? So she would never be ready or open for it until she got an understanding of what that was and what it looks like. It's the same with the fellas. If you got a woman that really love you for you and down for you, a lot of times you will fuck it up because you don't understand it. You never had it. It's weird to you. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the problem. Once you get an understanding, again, we live life backwards, So as she's older, she realized it, but we got to get those lessons again. That's where it started. Again, let's start moving right. You marry your girl, y'all have children, you imbue the lessons, and you stop the curses.
So, I agree with what Ricky is saying, but I think that, judging on what she said, is she had no intentions on giving a man the leadership position or the head of household over her. She said, I don't even check that box for provision when I'm looking for a mate or a husband, I guess. So she never had any intentions because she didn't see it from her father. And she never had those intentions. She was going to always be the person in control. And she just probably wanted a good looking man for her own special needs. And that was about it. So
from what I got from the video, it's
Not
like
special needs.
what I got from the video is like, I see a lot of people allow their comfort zone to become their coffin. And I learned that from personal experience, that the marriage between my mother and my father, honestly, it was trash. Always arguing over money, petty things. They would find their respective vices to get back at each other. And in seeing those bad examples and going into the military, I learned to pay attention to patterns. I had to find out things the hard way. It was literally boot camp on my own. And in certain parts, it was near fatal with the last relationship. So I can't. So fear is not even in my budget right now. So when it comes to it, I learned in that time, what is it that I want? What is it that I will take and what I don't? And I got any person, I can't be fearful what a person's going to do because I give them enough rope to redeem or hang themselves. So they choose to opt out, cool. But I start with a new slate, not just with that person, but myself, because you always learn from your mistakes. You don't want to do them yourself to be repeating it. But, this fear of what could happen, that's self-perpetuating nonsense. And that's what you want to happen. And you got to be careful with our words because we speak things into existence. I'm not saying be fairy tale with it. But I'm saying, like, if you have these goals and aspirations, make your actions worse than intent working in concert. Otherwise, it's all bullshit.
Yeah. I would agree with bro, man. I think, it just proves how unrealistic of a perspective most people have about relationships. If you think you're going to enter into a situation where fear is not involved at all, you are sadly mistaken. You can translate that to any aspect of life, that promotion that you want to get, that new job title, that new, business that you want to start. It's risks involved in anything we're having. That's just what it is. But you should not allow that to cripple you. And I think a lot of people allow it to cripple them. in terms of the decisions they make. And Ricky just spoke to it, and he was speaking 1,000% true, because I almost ran off my wife the same way. In terms of running into a woman and you thinking this shit is too good to be true. It's no way. So you begin to self-sabotage it mentally. You start treating her like what you seen growing up, what you was, around, and the type of woman you dealt with, and the type of relationship you seen your parents have, and shit like that. Like, this is unfamiliar to me. I'm used to trauma. I'm used to chaos. I'm used to arguing. I'm used to women that, that want to be with me because I'm popular or because I'm handsome. But she's actually taking interest in things about me that, I'm just like, what? That's what you like about me? Shit. So, what bro is saying is 1,000% true. Like, when you're not used to it, you'll let fear kind of cripple you in terms of how you should be treating that person. Well, what you should be doing is being appreciative that she's different than them other people. Same thing in reverse. You should be appreciative that man is approaching you and willing to provide for you, not cut him off or whatever, And again, it's not saying that you got to lean right into it. I understand reprogramming has to take place, especially when you came up wrong or you've seen a bunch of terrible examples. Reprogramming has to take place, right? But I think what Security Boss said was critical. She's not even open to the idea of it.
Yeah.
And that, you're not gonna run into no solid man, or no solid man is gonna be patient enough to go through a 40, 50-year marriage, and that's what I'm dealing with. That's just not reality. And more importantly, it's not on that man to reprogram you. It's on you to reprogram you. And I think oftentimes that's a mistake we make. A lot of us understand full well, especially if we 25. I think Latoya Lucky 40-something. So a lot of us understand full well the relationships and examples that we had around us growing up was wrong.
Yes.
We know full well of it.
Yeah.
Yet we'll still go out and repeat the same thing we seen, right? So I think at some point you have to take accountability and accept the fact that, hey, I'm a grown-ass woman. And I can't use that as excuse at 43, at 33, 35. At some point, you got to realize, hey, maybe I need to go do some self-work, whether it's therapy, whether it's whatever, however you see fit, and change my thought process on people. Because going into relationships and giving people 2 strikes right on the walk-in,
right,
that ain't gonna lead to a productive relationship.
No.
You're gonna be 1 foot in the relationship, 1 foot out, which in return is gonna make them 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So the foundation of that shit is shaky, and it's gonna fall apart and crash and burn.
Sure.
So I'll jump. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in because I interpreted the video a little deeper. Just going back off of that, she was expressing to her father that her unhealed trauma for years has caused her outcome. And, I feel like the world wants you to heal on their time, not on God's time, not on the time that's destined for you. I can't walk in other people's shoes. So who am I to say by 25, you need to get this shit together? Because by 25, those red flags and that programming that you have may feel familiar and right and at home. I feel like women will change when they get tired of the outcome enough to say, hey, it took her until 40 years old to say, I'm tired of this outcome. Let me look into why I keep getting these type of men, or why is this my outcome, or why I think like this. There's a lot of women who grew up without fathers or brothers, so they don't even know how men communicate or talk. So they're growing up one way, thinking men are this way, and then they realize like, oh, I've been talking to men wrong. I've been communicating wrong. I don't even understand men. So for her, I was looking at what was the father response, because she was basically telling her father that because you weren't around and you didn't protect me, you didn't provide for me, I had to grow up to be strong. And then at 40, 30 something, my mid 30s, I had to unprogram myself. That doesn't take a year for some people. That doesn't take something that takes overnight. That's something that happens over time. And the healing process is a very ugly process. Can we all acknowledge that? Like, everybody just thinks healing is just a one-way street. Sometimes you heal, sometimes you'll take 5 steps forward or 3 to 10 steps forward and go 5 steps back. And then you repeat that process. Who are you to tell somebody what their healing process is going to look like? That's up to God. And I feel like that's one of the things that people on YouTube with these talking points and judgmental, it's like, who are we to judge? Who are we to dictate when somebody's healing and process? When I see somebody going through things, I have grace and empathy, and I pray for them. I don't judge them. I pray for them, and I wish the best for them, that they learn and they heal from whatever trauma they are going through. So for me, I look at that situation a little deeper, because I look at her father's response. What was her father saying when she was expressing her inner
What did he say?
trauma? He said, like, well, what did he say at the end? He said something.
Basically, she has to love herself so that she can convey that.
But he didn't take ownership in saying, you know what, I did fail. And, you know, and we talked about this earlier with Kayla on Kayla's show about a mother not owning up to her faults and how she damaged her child. Why can't the father own up to his faults and say, you know what, I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you and provide for you, but here's what you can do now. And here's what those
Not hear what you can do now. I'm going to help you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
get
help
the
you
self-love, get the help that you need, because I'm
she's a
here
grown woman
now.
at this point. So it's just kind of like he can say, here's what you can do now, as in, here's my advice now. I'm here now as a father. I didn't really care for his response, but I didn't see all of the video. All I'm seeing is just a clip. But I have empathy for what is it, Latoya? Latoya, I have empathy for women like that.
Destiny's Child too.
Yeah,
Remember?
yeah.
So she was not even a regular girl.
She
was famous since she was a teenager. So
she's been on her own in this chaotic world, unguided by a man. And I strongly believe that little girls do need to be protected by their father. They do need to be guided by their father, because we are not the best decision makers. I say that all the time. I don't think that I was the best decision maker at all. I wish I had my dad in my life and I had my grandfather in my life, but they were very chill. They were very relaxed. They didn't really give me the game. They didn't teach me the game. They didn't sit down with me and really teach me what I needed. They wasn't there through the dating and vetting process, you know? So I feel like young women definitely need the guidance of their fathers. That's why they won't run into men trying to break them and discipline them and mold them, because their fathers already molded them into the woman that they need to be for their husbands. That's it. I'll leave that there.
I just don't trying to see how I can word this. I just don't understand the concept of kind of sitting in your misery and laying on an excuse. That's what I feel like it is, to be honest. In terms of you getting you right, you 1,000% right. You can do that on your own time. Don't do it on mine. And that's what my issue is with a lot of people, right? And that's what I mean by taking that time to get yourself right. You know you fucked up. We all do. Pardon my French. Because we know a lot of times our upbringing was wrong, especially at the age of 43 or 30 or 28. You know that, hey, this is not a healthy situation, right? And I'm sure that I was influenced by this situation in some sort. And matter of fact, my relationship history typically is reflective of my dysfunction that I've taken on seeing this shit. So my thing is this, right? You can get right mentally on your own time, but stop dragging people into the process. And that's what a lot of people do. Take some time to your damn self and stop jumping from relationship to relationship, expecting people to just accept that mile-long baggage that you may come with. And I feel like men and women do this, if I'm gonna be honest. But I think it takes an honest look in that mirror. And fact is, that don't take a lot of time. but it does to somebody who doesn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to blame it on other people. You want to blame it on my circumstance. You want to blame it on this, blame it on that. The fact is that as a man walking into that, I don't care what the reason is. If I'm gonna be honest, all I care about is this shit is dysfunctional. You need to address that, and when you do, then we can further this. But you're not doing it on my time. That's just like going to a car dealership and paying full price for a car with no engine. And they say, well, yeah, gang, we're gonna charge you $50,000, but you gotta go put the engine in it. You gotta go fix the tires, you gotta go fix the transmission, you gotta go. Hell no. I bought a full car, which means that fixing all that shit was your responsibility before I got to this lot. Not on me to pay full price for it and then have to aid you or walk you into your progression. That's not my responsibility. And that is unfair to the person that you're dragging, keyword, into that relationship unknowingly. Because a lot of people mask it well. That's another thing. Make it seem like I'm good. Make it seem like whatever. And then somewhere along the line, those issues fall out. And then as a man or as a woman, if I decide, hey, wait a minute, this ain't some shit that I signed up for, you walk away from that relationship and you the bad guy. So people need to take time to themselves and heal. And you're right, it is ugly, but it got to be done. We can't just kick the can down the street until we feel like it, dragging people into the process. And I feel like way too many people do that. And until they learn to adjust that, all their relationships are going to fail. That's the reality of it. Go ahead, Kayla.
No, all I was going to say is that even in the car scenario, everyone still has to do their part. You know what I mean? For this, for the relationship to still go well, for your car to last you, for this to stay good for 20 years and you keep this car. So most people they pay full price, but they don't buy the car outright because they don't have it. They get a loan and they work every day to pay that loan with interest, right? Until they pay it off. And not only that, they can maintenance the car. They make sure the car has what it needs when it needs it. But if you stop paying, you get the car, you're driving around the town, but you stop paying the note, but you stop doing the oil changes, but you expect the car to be, it's not. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be on the side of the road. You're going to have to figure out why it's smoking. You know what I'm saying? Like, so whatever car you get, you say, I get this car. I can afford to maintenance this car. I can afford to keep this car up. I have the capacity for this car. So that also has to be like interjected because you can't expect the shit to stay shiny if you don't shine it.
No. But and the thing is, you're right. The thing about relationships, my job is maintenance, not reconstruction.
Okay, I'll give you that. Maintenance, not reconstruction.
My job is to put air in that tire, change the tire if it go out. My job is if that windshield cracked, me go get a new windshield. My job is that air conditioner go out, I go get the air conditioner. But the difference is that those issues with the car, I caused. I was responsible for in one way or another. It happened on my watch. So that is way more, understanding of a task for me to take on. But like I said, if I pay full price for the car, you promised me this motherfucker was complete. And then I get it and the engine fall out the bottom of it when I'm pulling off the lot. We have an issue here. That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
I'll jump in, Trail. I agree 100%. I think women get away with it a lot more than men. In most cases, like even when we talked about Mama D on Kayla's page, show her grace. She the mama. No, she was a pimp. Brought her child up in a brothel. He doesn't owe her a thank you. It would be nice if he gave her one, but he doesn't owe her that, right? But because she's a woman, it's expected that she gets a thank you, right? That's just the foundation. You give her a thank you no matter what she did because she's a woman. But when we go back to LaToya, Kayla made a very good point. We're not talking about a normal woman. When we think about when kids begin to learn, before she could learn everything, she was out on world tours, singing, earning her own money. Earning her own money with Destiny's Child. And before then, they were 10, 11 years old, y'all, practicing. Go pull the tapes. So she wasn't around her father a lot. She was around Beyonce's father. So no, she did not see an example of her father providing because she was rarely in the house. And that's what happens when you pimp out your child for success. There's a lot of lessons that are skipped, but that's the price we pay to bring in income, right? Oh, my child can sing. My child plays football. My child plays soccer. Guess what? They spend more time out of the home. So when they come back around and do a 360, they're going to tell you everything you didn't do as a parent. And in your head, you think, well, I made a sacrifice. I thought you were interested. I thought you wanted to sing. I thought you wanted to play football. But those basics, those dynamics that they needed to see in action, they couldn't see because y'all were on the track. Y'all were on the football field. She was busy doing practices. But if we show her a little bit of grace, she didn't. Her mistake was she married a man that she provided for, y'all. She didn't marry a man that she abused. Her number one mistake was she was the breadwinner. And I think if you listen to her, y'all have to listen. That man dogged her out. He had a child on her. And I think what she's saying is what I've learned and where I went wrong in my marriage, right? That's called accountability, whether you like it or not. That's why I have a problem with these platforms. Y'all act like people come with the perfect recipe. Y'all act like people come up in perfect homes. Let people make mistakes. It takes a lot of courage to get out here and say, damn, this is what I learned. This is where I went wrong. And when they do it, y'all shame them to hell. You shame them to hell. The girl is just saying where I went wrong is I provided so much for a man. That's an imbalance as a woman. Can we give her that? She didn't hit him. She didn't call him out of his name. She was out of order. She should have had some type of requirements for him as a husband, but she didn't. And he walked all over her. If you go back and look at their story, how that shit played out on social media, that man was completely disrespectful.
He used her too.
He used her. He was completely disrespectful, but at the same time, she gave too much. So when we talk about marriage, we always jump straight to marriage and we don't give people the in-between recipe. So that I just wanted to give her a little bit of acknowledgement, head nod to say, I can respect a person that comes to the table and say, I did too much. That's basically what she's saying. I did too much.
Hey, but can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What would you describe as?
Hold on, real quick, Lucky. So security boss said she got to step out. I just want to give her a proper send off, man. I appreciate you for pulling up on us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hell of a contribution, man.
Thank you. I loved it. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Bye bye.
All right. Go ahead, Lucky.
Hold on. Okay, that's what I was thinking. You said you're doing too much. Would you? What would be your opinion or your perspective of doing too much in a marriage? Of a woman doing too much
in a marriage? She had no requirements. She had no foundation. Remember, I think we were talking about foundation. She had no requirements. Her goal was simply to have a man to get married.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's it.
So with that, you kind of don't have no boundaries. You just in it. Whatever he say is just like, is it? Because I think what was his profession? I don't want to but his profession was something
football or something, right? Like
he played football for like a hot second.
So it wasn't financial. Okay, I think I kind of get what you're saying.
Hot second.
Well, I want to add to is I'm glad Trill and a number of others mentioned it because when you're not accustomed to something solid, if you're not careful, you will literally destroy it. And, say it to an ex-girlfriend who I was her first, and I was her first Armageddon too. Just breaking her heart in a way to where I made over 100 women pay for a mistake I didn't take accountability for. And it took that time to really sit there and okay, look, you got to sit here and face yourself. Can't blame nobody else. It's all you. You're the common denominator. And there's not a lot of us. I wouldn't say guys or even women. I just say for myself, there's not a lot of people who will really be brutally honest with themselves. And it took about a 4.5 year sabbatical to really look at it as you have a lot of shit to unpack because you put a lot of labels on your baggage, but for some reason you're bitching about your back hurting because you're carrying that shit. And that's what you have to do. You didn't have solid examples with the parents. You didn't have solid examples with the friends. But you had to set that tone and break that that pattern. If I didn't get it from family, I learned from patterns, watching people, seeing how they interact with certain things, even ask questions. The resources are out there, but we make these commitments to excuses and fear rather than make that commitment to understand and to venture out to the unknown. Like, you know what? Maybe this is something new that I'm not accustomed to, but that better version of myself is sitting out there waiting on me. We got to be more proactive with these results and solutions rather than sit there and wait. Well, someone's going to send me my Boaz. Boaz ain't waiting for your ass. That's what I've learned. Exactly what I've learned.
Yeah, I agree, man. I say, man, we just got to start moving different, bro. I just, and again, a lot of times, man, when I'm up here talking, I'm literally rehashing shit that I had to learn the hard way. And that's what I love about this platform, right? Like you could just tell in the delivery of it that I done lived this shit, man. I done been through it. Just again, speaking about how I almost lost my wife because of that. A terrible upbringing. Like I just don't want people, because it's real easy to rest in the fact that, hey man, I grew up wrong. I grew up fucked up, man. We're just gonna be honest here. But it's no results that come from that. Like you could and you'll be validated in having that because it may be true. You did come up rough. But at some point, you gotta turn that shit around, bro. At some point, you gotta accept the fact, hey, how I'm moving is just not right. My parents' relationship was not right. My OGs who mentored me, raised me, they was not living right. They shit wasn't right. And I don't want that. So whatever I gotta do to reverse this course that's coming, if I don't do nothing about it, then I need to do that. And that's all I want people to do, man. Because if you rest on that excuse, dog, it's gonna be a rough life. I promise you. I got homeboys that's dealing with that right now. I got siblings that's dealing with that right now because they just refuse to just go against the grain, go through, just like B. Taylor said, that ugly healing. Because that's what it is. It's ugly healing, especially if it's in your household. You got 18 years of programming to that. So, yeah, man, at the end of the day, man, you got to do what you got to do, man. But again, real quick, man, if y'all ain't like the stream, make sure y'all tap that like button. I got one more question, and y'all already know what it is. So y'all already should be gathering y'all answers and have them ready to go. We spoke a lot about protection and providing within a relationship tonight. If you advising a 19-year-old, women, I want y'all to speak to the women. Men, I want y'all to speak to the men. What is the proper way to go about doing that? If you're a man and woman, what level of that should be acceptable? Like what is an acceptable form of a man protecting and providing look like? If you're advising a 19-year-old getting ready to go into this relationship game. Ricky, we're gonna start with you.
A young 19-year-old man, huh? Bruh, sheesh. Find you a mentor first and foremost, young God. Right? Find somebody that you see as an example, right? That's got the results you want. And understand that everything you see not gonna be perfect. Right? That, don't put so high of an expectation on it that you can't really take the lessons that come with it. Right? Keep your ears open and, speak less than you do talk. Speak less than you do hear. But ask the questions and learn to ask the right questions. Right? I think that's a lot of a really big thing with people in general is that they don't know the right questions to ask. Right? But you got to get around a man that, a male figure, a man that's doing it the way you want to see it done, and adhere to those lessons, right? Put your ego to the side and do the work. Understand that as a man, you have a place. Understand that as your woman, she has a place, and both of y'all got to do y'all job. You got to put in the work, right? Because at the end of the day, it's going to be what y'all make of it. That's what I would tell them.
That's well said, man. Kayla, you want to jump in here? If you're advising a 19-year-old girl, man, like what should a man protecting and providing look like?
Okay, so per my experience, what I've seen, what I've been taught in tandem, I believe at the dating stage, a man's protection is what should be displayed. Like your physical protection, your safety, the way this man moves around. That is, you're judging that, and that's what he should be able to provide at that stage when he's just, when you move into the courtship engagement stage, then you are able to see more what is the implementation of the plans that he told you during the dating, right? In terms of what providing is going to look like to him in this marriage. What is this going to be? And then obviously when you are married, that's a different thing when you get there. But as a 19-year-old, I think the main thing that you should think about when you're judging a man in terms of who he is, his character, all that, but what is his mindset on protection? What does that look like to him? Because for me, providing is under protection. You know what I mean? If I'm hungry, I'm not protected. If we don't have a place to live, I'm not protected. So when people say providing, we just start talking about the levels of said protection. Is there a gate, or is it, like levels of the protection? But I think that's what you should look for in terms of a 19, what can he offer at 19? He can show you he's the kind of man that's going to always make sure that you're okay. You know what I mean? In your body, in your presence, and emotionally, by like not lying to you, not manipulating you. He's not protecting your mental health, doing things like that. So yeah, I think that's all you can really expect at 19. You should focus on getting to know you. And then if a person's displaying that and they move along, then move along.
Well said, Miss Queen. You're advising a 19-year-old woman, man. What should a man protecting and providing look like?
I would probably tell a 19-year-old girl, what you need today will change. So you need to, when it comes to a man, make sure he's okay with growth and that he understands that he's going to change. Today's program, today's recipe will change 5 years down the road. And as long as you grow together, you'll be good to go. There is no perfect man. So give him room to grow. Give him room to implement. Men, take one thing at a time. Don't bombard him with what he's doing wrong. A plate full of changes, one thing at a time, and then give him room to implement it. It takes time, right? I would also say a man will never, if I would tell her, a man will never make you guess. When a man truly loves you, you're going to know the game plan out the gate. You're not going to have to ask, what are we doing? What are your intentions? He's going to tell you. He's going to let you know that. If he loves you, if you are the one for him. I have notes. But until he marries you, those are his plans for his woman. Until he marries you. And until he does, God is your provider. God is your protector. God is the first and the last. And God is your help that comes from the hills. So until he marries you, those are his plans with his woman. It doesn't matter if you're his baby mama, if you're his 7-year girlfriend, you're not his wife yet. So that would be my advice.
It's powerful, man. Lucky. Wait, B-Tell, you was about to dive in there?
Yeah, my allergies acting up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
For my voice give out. I agree with Queen Sheba. My advice would be at 19. Right now, you are not married, and you guys are not living together, so it should be financial protection is one thing, but I will focus and hone in on emotional protection. I think a lot of young girls don't know what that is. It's like if you don't have any peace in that relationship, if you're feeling like you don't know where you guys stand, you're unsure, you're not feeling easy, you're not feeling safe, that is the most important thing that defines how that man is going to be as a husband. Is he protecting you emotionally? Is he putting you through things that's not protecting your emotional state of mind? At that age, that's probably the most important thing that a man can give you so far as providing and protection. Him providing you with security and a plan. And like Queen Sheba said, he has a plan. That doesn't mean that you are that plan. But that can't be true. A man can have a plan that's like, I want this for my wife, I want this for my future. You may not be that. But the emotional part, if you feeling safe, if you don't feel safe with that man, and I'm not talking about when y'all cuddling and watching movies and you're able to lay your head on his shoulder and feel safe. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when y'all are apart. Do you feel safe? Do you feel like he is doing things in the best interest of protecting your mental health? He's not out there, doing things where another woman can come to you and bother your state of mind and your peace about what he's doing. Or nobody can send you pictures about your man. Or you hearing about gossip on the school campus, because of what he's doing. Is he giving you that peace? That is what a man at 19 years old should be doing until he becomes your husband. Then it becomes financial. And yes, don't put your man or your husband in a situation where he feels like you're trying to test him to physically protect you. If there comes an instance where you need to be physically protected, protect your man as well, where he doesn't have to put himself out there where he can potentially get killed.
It's well said. It's well said right there. Lucky. You had to give advice to that 19-year-old, man. What should that protection and providing look like?
I think everybody said good points that I wouldn't even thought of. But my first thought was don't date. I would say eliminate dating because dating comes with sex. I would say have friends, have male friends that are what you would want your husband to be like. And the reason why I say that is because as long as a man is willing to be your friend, you don't have that obligation to have sex. Do not listen to your peers that think that you owe him your body, or you have that obligation just because he bought you dinner that was too expensive for him. So I think that if you are 19, you should understand what your morals are and preserve your box. I know we like to talk about Madea and Tyler Perry, but clink, clink, lock it down. And look at the people who got it wrong when we as women try to move of our emotion. We are emotional beings. So a man could say a lot of things to get us in our feelings, and then boom, we having his baby because he said he was gonna marry us. You know what I'm saying? So I think that story is told a lot, and I'm tired of seeing the same story. So I think that a 19-year-old should have friends. She should also see with her peers. Most of the time, 19-year-olds are dating within their age range. So the expectations of him to have all these things together is unrealistic. What is his intentions? Take them around other men. Ask, maybe if you are on campus in college, there are professors and things like that you can get mentorship from. Even in those aspects, I've seen it. So I think that as a 19-year-old, I would just say don't date, have friends. And in that friend zone, if a man sees qualities in you, or a young man sees qualities in you, you guys will start to work together. And then then he can court you from the friend zone. It's quite possible. Because then you know his intentions, and you don't have to wait those years and years and years. You don't have to wait for, he needs to get me a rock. He needs to give me all these things to say that I am validated. Do not look for validation from other young men who are trying to figure it out as well. So I think that she should already be validated in who she is. Don't date, have friends, and he can court you from friendship. And just try not to have sex. If you have sex, I would say let it be your choice. But also understand there are young men out there that will take the condom off. They will do all kind of things, and you put your trust in them. So I think that just don't do it.
Just don't do it. Nah, I feel you though. I feel you on that. Ronan, you had to give advice to that 19-year-old dude, man. Like, what should he be doing in terms of protecting and providing?
Provide yourself the lessons that will help protect you in the process of manhood. And I'm saying that when it comes to before you court any woman, learn how to court yourself. Find out what it is that you love that you're willing to provide for yourself and deem worthy of protecting. That's you establishing your blueprint. Then when it comes to that blueprint, anyone who wants to be a part of that, they have to study that said blueprint and have that same mindset. Give her the opportunity to provide you motivation for that said blueprint and see if she's willing to protect that, not just in words, but deeds. That's just with anyone, friends, associates, even family, because just because you're blood related doesn't mean you can relate. And when it comes to protection, you got to move wisely. Think with your foresight, not your foreskin. Every chick that looks good isn't worth the time. Every homeboy that's talking about, being popular, it usually isn't worth the effort. And stop getting in the habit of peeling away scabs, because you get in the habit of that, you have to ask yourself, is it worth losing an arm or your life? Figurative and literally. You got to take yourself seriously, but serious enough to know to learn how to have fun, learn how to not see things as failure, but as an opportunity to grow. Lesson to be bigger, better. And love unapologetically. Because if you're talking about love, you got to be a fighter. And that first love has to be for you. You have to fight tooth and nail for your heart. Treat yourself worth that. And if they can't act accordingly, fuck them.
I like it. I like it. Miss Aida, what does that protection and providing look like in terms of, a woman, if she's dating a man? What should it look like to her?
So, it is complicated because if, just as the video, if the woman doesn't have a father and she's 19, she probably won't have, that feeling, and she'll probably will not know. But I will ask, like, how do you want to be protected? Like, what makes you feel protected, or how do you want to be protected? That will be the question for that person. And based on that, you make a decision, because I don't know about, you women in the panel, but I think we can feel when a man makes us feel protected, just the aura or the, their presence, like, and not every man makes you feel that way in a way, because I felt that, and not every man makes you feel, some men actually makes you feel very vulnerable. But like, time, and that's not protection. So I would say, what do you want? And those needs have to be fulfilled. So you have to talk to these men, this is what I expect. This is what I want. This is the type of protection and provision that I expect from the man. So, and question yourself, like, does this man makes me feel safe, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, which is all the, protection that we have been talking about. Yeah.
I would agree, man.
Just lastly, though, one other thing,
Mhm.
Save your money. If I could have saved all that money when I was 19, save your money.
Look at her reminiscing.
There'll always be another party. There'll always be another party. There'll always be a new set of them shoes, and they'll come out with another pair. Save your money.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, man. I think if I'm talking to a 19-year-old dude about protecting and providing, first thing I would tell him is everybody not worthy of it. And it's on you to make that distinction. I think, like, a lot of men, just in general, right, they feel obligated to, just because I'm a man, right, to just dive headfirst into, a woman that they like or whatever, and she ain't giving them shit back. And I don't mean material. I don't mean material things. I don't mean necessarily sex. I'm talking about effort and devotion and things of that nature, right? But because I like her, I'm willing to spend whatever on her. I'm willing to crash out over all type of stuff. Like, you got dudes willing to crash out over women that ain't even theirs. You know what I'm saying? So, what you need to do is you need to find somebody worthy of it first. And if she's not worthy of it, then you should not be delving that out. That is precious in terms of who you protect and provide. We say all the time, like what should a man be saving for the marriage? Those are two things that he should be saving. every woman is not worthy of that. So I think that would be first and foremost. Secondly, man, in terms of providing, it's not just money, bro. It's not. When you run into that woman who's down for you, who's solid, who gon', you know what I mean? Like got all the intangibles that you need, pays attention to detail, like I always say. It's more than just money. And a lot of men think that, bro, just because if I could bring the bag in this house, I'm good. I ain't got to do nothing else. I ain't got to connect from an emotional standpoint. I ain't got to help her around the house. I ain't got to worry about her feelings, being considerate, things of that nature. I'm bringing the bag in here. That should be enough. But it ain't. And that is how you're going to quickly lose your woman if you don't gather that concept and implement it. Secondly, in terms of protection, it's more than physical. It's like I said earlier, it's way more than physical, bro. Like you have to be moving the right way out here. You got to understand, like, you are a representation of your woman. And if she moving in the way that she's supposed to be moving, then you should feel honored to hold her down when you out here in these streets. There's niggas out here with, wives and shit. They out here moving sloppy. Talking about all type, messing with chicks in public, doing all type of stuff, all in chicks' DMs, just embarrassing your old lady. That is, you're not protecting her. You could fight all the niggas in the world off to try to defend her, but if you breaking her down emotionally, that's doing just as much damage as if you wasn't. So you got to understand that concept, man, and take that in. And mind you, I'm speaking of a wife. I'm speaking of a woman who's earned this. Not just any woman, but your wife, the one that you're going to spend the next 40, 50 years with. You got to think of her in those terms. Also, we have to reprogram how we view women in general. A lot of men are raised to view women as objects. Even our own. She's a pawn on my chessboard. I got to fit her into my program. I got to whatever. Like, she's a helpless child. Like, I heard men say on these panels, women are children. You know what I'm saying? In that regard. And a lot of times they speaking to their own wife, speaking about their own wife. And it's like that is not true in terms of your wife. Now, if we talking about random women that you just doing whatever with, then you're right. So salute to that. But this woman here has earned prestige, so you got to treat her accordingly. Meaning making her feel involved. Meaning not leaving her out in the cold. Should no woman be out here knowing shit about you or about your relationship that your woman don't? That's protection. Right? Like, we on the same page at all times. Even when we mad at each other, we can't stand each other. But I never let another woman hold something over mine. That's protection. That's what protection looks like. So, if I'm advising a 19-year-old, it would be like taking in those things. And then, like I said, everybody's not worthy of it. Vetting properly, making sure that woman is there for you and there for what y'all building together. Not just there because you handsome. Not just there because you got bread. Like, is she really invested into this shit? And once you find that, then everything that I just said should apply to that. And you're going to be all right. But, just like my boy Ricky say, who am I, man?
What do I know? You know what I'm saying?
What do I know, man? I'm just a nigga on YouTube talking, man, for my health. But yeah, also just speaking of Ricky, he said something back in the day that stuck. He said it ain't about how much a motherfucker love you. It's about, do they have you? I got you is more important than I love you. And he was speaking to that in this regard that we're talking about tonight. So, those are all the things that encompass protection and providing, and it will behoove you to learn them. If you don't, you're gonna have a rough ass life in terms of relationships. So that would be my advice. Real quick, man, we're gonna pay a couple bills, man, and we're gonna wrap this thing up, man. I appreciate everybody for tapping in with us. Matthew with the 5Ps, just showing love. Security boss in this B. Salute to security boss, man. She pulled up and definitely provided some insight for the platform. We appreciate it. I'll leave with the two-piece pro tip, gents. Unbuttoned suit jacket when sitting. That's a fact. That's a fact, man. A lot of dudes don't know that, man. I had a old head put me on game. I was moving all wrong at one point, man.
Things your pop should have told you, bro. Your pop should have told you that.
Right.
I always noticed that on Steve Harvey's show. He will always stand up and button it, and then right before he would sit down, he would unbutton it and kind of push it. And he would just do it over and over, like it was kind of like innate.
That's facts, man. Because like I say, where we from, a lot of niggas don't wear suits, man. We from a place to where that's not common unless you going to court or unless you going to church. A lot of us don't go to church that often. Let's call it what it is.
Or going home.
Huh? Right. Right. Alice with the 10 piece. If you're operating from fear, you can't trust. If you can't give trust, it won't work. That's a fact.
Facts.
That is a fact. Web Sling with the 5 piece. Patience and grace is necessary, but no man's patience is infinite. If we've been cut for 3 years, but only 30% healed, I'm out. Shout out to bro, man. Uncle Stepdaddy with the 2 piece. Can we all just get along? Yeah, man, we all can. Like I said, motherfuckers gonna have issues. They're gonna have back and forths, but at the end of the day, man, we gotta respect each other. We got to love each other. That ain't just for this panel. That's just in real life. It's part of the reason why our relationships are so dysfunctional, because we don't truly respect each other. We think of each other as a utility. How can you benefit my life? And if you can't, then I have no use for you. That's how most of us move in this era. And that right there has to change if we're going to build something worthy of, the longevity that we often speak of, man. But on that note, man, we're going to wrap this thing up, man. Like I said, panel, man, y'all already know, man, it's love. I appreciate it, man. I love all y'all. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Until next time, we in this thing. Crusader Nation. It's love, man. All the Mars holding shit down, man. I appreciate y'all. I don't even think I seen one piece of spam today. So y'all on y'all job. Everybody being respectful, funny, but respectful. So, that's all I ask, man. But yeah, until next time, man. It's love. We are out of here.